February 12th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of February 2025. Before we get started, I'd like to ask everyone to please silence your cell phones so we don't have any disruptions during the meeting. And may I ask that you all please rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with Nevada's open meeting law? Thank you. And today we'll be covering all items noted on our February agenda, noting that non-restricted item number 5 was removed from the agenda. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with our first public comment section.
Related matters. Anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Pursuant to state open meeting law, the board may not act on any matters brought up during public comment. However, of course, we are interested in hearing from the public as well as from my fellow board members. If there's anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment, please step forward to the podium, introduce yourself, spell your last name for the record. Not seeing a big crowd in Carson City today. All right. Let's go here to Boulder City. Anyone in Boulder City wishing to make public comment, please step forward, state your name, spell your last name for the record. Good morning. Nice to see you.
In law enforcement proceedings. As we've told you before, the National Labor Relations Board found that top executives at Stations Casinos testified under oath in a 2021 federal proceeding with such, quote, with such an unusual degree of evasiveness and wholly implausible forgetfulness that a judge was, again, quote, fully warranted in discounting their testimony as generally unreliable except where independently corroborated or against the respondent's interest. At question was whether the chief operating officer, the chief legal officer, the chief financial officer, and its vice president of HR, charged with overseeing labor strategy, provided credible testimony about that labor strategy and how they discussed it with owners of the company. In law enforcement proceedings, gaming company executives need to give credible, truthful testimony about significant company strategies and how owners engage in those strategies. No gaming company or its executives should have a problem testifying truthfully and without evasiveness in any kind of law enforcement proceeding. In the 2021 hearing, a lawyer for the federal agency tasked with labor law enforcement questioned the HR executive in charge of labor strategy about MUD lists, which are lists that stations created indicating which employees were pro-management, which ones were pro-union, or which ones they don't know. The lawyer for the government asked the executive, so would there be departmental MUD lists? And the executive responded, sure. The government lawyer then asked, have you ever seen one of them? The station executive asked, have I physically seen a MUD list? The government lawyer responded, yeah, let's say for Red Rock. And the station executive responded, no, I've never seen one. We find this testimony to be highly implausible. The same station executive was responsible for introducing the concept of MUD lists to the company, for providing training to managers about these MUD lists, for reviewing MUD lists with subordinates as part of station's scheme to get rid of the union. And we think it defies belief that he never saw one of those lists that he instructed those under him to create. So we encourage, the board to ensure all license holders give credible testimony under oath. And if they can't do that, then they don't deserve to operate gaming enterprises in our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
Mi nombre es Manuel Guevara. Trabajo para Boulder Station. Llevo más de 26 años trabajando ahí. Mi trabajo es de kitchen worker y lucho por tener un contrato, un mejor salario, un trabajo más seguro. Pedimos a la compañía que deje de infringir la ley y negocie de buena fe. Gracias.
So in English, my name is Manuel Guevara. I am an employee of Boulder Station. I've been working there for more than 26 years as a kitchen worker. I'm fighting to have a contract and a better salary and a more secure job. We're asking the company, Station Casinos, to stop breaking the law and to negotiate in good faith. Thank you.
Thank you. And can you spell his last name for the record?
It's Guevara, Guevara.
Thank you very much.
Who am I
They're in the back there. Thank you. And just so everybody knows, there's not a court reporter here in the room, but there's a court reporter taking down everything that's being said. So we're keeping a transcript of these proceedings. Anyone else here in Boulder City wishing to make public comment? All right, Judge, please.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Just wish to welcome and congratulate our new board member, Ms. Chindani Sendal. And I've had the pleasure of getting to know and work with her for the past week or so. And she's an absolute delight. I really look forward to working with her. And I want to commend and thank Governor Lombardo for making a excellent selection. And I just want to say welcome aboard.
Thank you, Judge. I also want to take a moment and also congratulate Member Sindall for joining us here today and welcome you to your first Gaming Control Board meeting. And I also look forward to working with you. Also, as most people know, I recently announced that I'll be leaving the board sometime this summer after legislative session. People have asked me what my plans are, and I can tell everyone that my only plan right now is to get a lot more done in the next few months. We've accomplished so much in the 2 years since the judge and I got here. And now that I have a shot clock facing my remaining time, it just adds more pressure on me to get more done in the interest of time. And so I want to talk for a minute about some of the projects being done and some projects soon to be done. Former member Watkins led a task force to review, update, and streamline wherever possible the board's hearing process. That project is on the 1 yard line now, and I want to thank everyone inside the agency and outside who worked on getting that done. Also, Chief Torgerson of our enforcement division recently took over a project I asked for to review racebook and sports pool house rules. The enforcement division has already held industry meetings on that topic, and a working group is looking into ways to make house rules as easy as possible to comprehend for both the industry and the patrons. It's my belief that some level of uniformity will benefit all stakeholders and will also streamline the hearings process if any disputes do arise. So I want to thank everyone who's working on that project. We also have a board group working to address signage compliance at restricted locations, and Nevada law requires signage to clarify that slot players do not have to pay a cover charge or fee to play the machines. So we're looking for some uniformity there, and I expect the board to provide guidance on acceptable and more uniform signage in the next few months. Regarding possible recommendations for amendments to gaming salons that the industry has asked about at our previous workshop a couple of months ago, I expect continued board action on that topic, and I believe that we'll probably have more regulatory hearings in the next month or so on that topic. And finally, I've asked Judge Assad, with the assistance of Luke Rippey, our incoming Chief of Investigations, to lead a board and industry task force to review all applications and requirements for related to board investigations. I'm also happy to report that Commissioner George Marcantonis has agreed to serve on that group, which is very important because he will bring his insight from being both a regulator and as a former licensee who has gone through the investigation and licensing process. Again, the goal of all these groups will be to streamline the process whenever possible, and efficiencies can be found wherever we can. There are thousands of things that go on a daily basis at the board, some big, some small, and I'm going to be publicly highlighting some of those board efforts over the coming months, both during our live meetings and via the social media outlets that the board has. For all the projects that I just mentioned, I really like those type of goal-oriented missions because they're designed to get things done, as our governor says. As I mentioned, with the shot clock ticking on my term, I would expect a lot more to get important work done in the next few months. So with that goal, Madam Secretary, what is our first item of business?
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for January 2025.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. I've had an opportunity to review the disposition, and I did not have any questions or comments. Judge Assad, did you have questions or comments regarding last month's disposition?
I do not.
And Member Sindall, you weren't here. Did you get a chance to review the dispositions and have an opinion?
I will abstain from voting on this item since I was not here. Thank you.
That makes sense. Madam Secretary, will you call for a vote?
Member Assad?
I would move to recommend approval of the minutes from the last month's agenda.
Guess we need a motion before you call for the vote, right?
Correct.
All right, now call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
All right, that motion passes. Thank you, Madam Secretary. What's our next item?
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of MGM Resorts International, Mandalay Resort Group LLC, and Entain PLC for an amendment to order of registration. It is also the applications of BetMGM LLC doing business as BetMGM, doing business at the following entities: Aria Resort and Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, Bellagio Racebook and Sports Pool, the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas Racebook and Sports Pool, Excalibur Hotel and Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, Luxor Hotel and Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, Mandalay Bay Resort and Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, MGM Grand Hotel Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, New York Hotel and Casino Racebook and Sports Pool, and Park MGM Racebook and Sports Pool for a non-restricted gaming license, Racebook and Sports Pool only, and for licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering.
Good morning, Mr. Shear.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Scherer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Rec, appearing today on behalf of BetMGM. With me on behalf of BetMGM are Joshua Weissman, Director of Licensing, and Sarah Brennan, Senior Director of Compliance. I would like to add my welcome to Board Member Sendall at her first official public meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board. I'm confident you will do a great job, and I look forward to working with you. I would also like to thank Special Agent Lambert, Agent Lane, and Supervisor Matt Doyle for their assistance with these applications. And I will step aside for a moment to allow Ms. Zuckerberg and Mr. McGinnis to introduce themselves and their clients.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. Welcome, Member Sendall. We look forward to working with you. For the record, I'm Erica Okerberg, Nevada Gaming Counsel to Entain PLC, and here with me via Zoom, we should have 2 folks from Entain. We have Simon Zinger, the General Counsel, and Florian Sauer, the Group Compliance Director. We will have an update for Entain, but if we could, I would like to save that to the end after we get through the BetMGM piece and the applications.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall. Welcome, Member Sendall. Look forward to working with you. Madam Secretary, for the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me in the audience is Pat Madamba, Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International, and Chandler Pohl, who is the Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have an affirmative presentation I would like to make with your permission.
Please.
Some of this presentation will retrace things you already know, but I think it's helpful to set it all in context. BetMGM is a company that is owned jointly by MGM Resorts International and Entain PLC. Each company owns 50% of BetMGM through subsidiaries, wholly owned subsidiaries, and they have equal representation on the BetMGM Board of Managers. The agreement between MGM-RI and Entain provides that where permissible by law, BetMGM will run the race and sports wagering operations of MGM-RI subsidiaries using technology and support from Entain subsidiaries. Nevada law requires that before any entity may be licensed to conduct a satellite race and sports operation, it must first operate a bricks and mortar casino with a sportsbook operation. So BetMGM was licensed initially as a manufacturer, distributor, and operator of a sports information service. Shortly thereafter, BetMGM was also registered as an information technology service provider. This licensing structure was discussed with the board chair at the time and with the investigations division, and we believed it was adequate to allow BetMGM to have substantial involvement in the race and sports operations of MGM-RI and its subsidiaries. Over time, however, concerns arose with regard to BetMGM's role in the race and sports operations of MGM-RI. In response to those concerns, BetMGM sought additional licensing as a key employee so that it could be involved in the management of the race and sports operations at MGM. That license was granted at the December commission meeting. BetMGM also sought a license for a non-restricted gaming establishment with a racebook and sports pool. That license was previously granted, qualifying BetMGM to seek the licenses for satellite race and sports operations that are on the agenda today. These applications today seek licensure of BetMGM as the operator of racebooks and sports pools at the 9 casinos operated by MGM in Las Vegas. If approved, the plan would be for BetMGM to take over the operation of the hub at Mandalay Bay and run all of the other racebooks and sports pools as satellites of that location. The transition is complicated, requiring immense planning and coordination across 9 sportsbooks, multiple companies, and potential new systems. Therefore, any transition would be scheduled to occur at a slower time of the year with regard to race and sports wagering after March Madness and the opening of the Major League Baseball season, likely mid to late summer before the beginning of the next football season. It's possible, however, that we may need to postpone the transition even further and may need to seek a waiver of Regulation 4080 to get us past the next football season. We want to make sure that when the transition occurs, it's done right. And so we want to make sure that it's properly planned ahead of time and that everything is in place. The key employee license granted in December gives us the opportunity to avoid the misunderstandings and concerns that have previously arisen with regard to BetMGM's role in MGM's race and sports operations. While we wait to make the transition, MGM and BetMGM will work with the audit division on the internal controls that will govern BetMGM's role in the operations. We've reviewed staff's suggested conditions and have no concerns with any of them. In addition to the licensing of BetMGM as the operator of the sports books, there are applications from MGM-RI and Entain for amendments to their orders of registration to reflect the licensing of BetMGM. Mr. McGinnis and Ms. Okerberg will address those applications. So with that, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to turn it back over to Ms. Okerberg and Mr. McGinnis, or answer any questions that the board has with regard to BetMGM applications.
Yeah, let's go ahead and hear from counsel for Entain and MGM, and then we'll start asking questions regarding the entire structure. Ms.
Good morning
Okerberg.
again. Erica Okerberg for the record. We have a couple of updates we want to share for Entain. First, just as a housekeeping matter, we have reviewed draft number 1 of the 7th revised order of registration dated January 10th. We do believe that's in proper form. Second, as the board is aware and has been publicly announced, the company has separated with Gavin Isaacs through mutual agreement. What has happened in the interim is Stella David, who is the chair of the board, has stepped in as interim CEO. The board may recall that she previously served in this role successfully for several months. She has a wealth of experience and expertise. She knows the company, she knows the employees, the board of directors, the vendors. So with all those relationships, it's a relatively straightforward transition. She has an application on file with the board, and we will work with the investigative staff on that in the ordinary course. And as far as regulatory matters, employee matters, and things like that, those are all proceeding in the ordinary course with Stella's leadership underway. We also have a second update, which relates to an investigation by the Australian regulator, AUSTRAC. The board has been kept apprised confidentially, as well as board staff throughout the process. But what we would like to do is provide a brief update of what we can say publicly, just for the sake of the record. So if it's okay, what I would like to do is turn it over to Mr. Zinger, and he'll provide that brief update for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Yes.
Good
Chair
morning.
Hendrick, thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendal. I'm Simon Zinger, General Counsel of Entain PLC. I'm very happy to share this overview for you. And as Ms. Ockerberg said, we'd be very glad to meet with you directly to discuss any further details. Entain has kept the Nevada Gaming Control Board apprised of this matter as it has progressed. As you know, Entain Australia has been cooperating in an investigation with AUSTRAC regarding Entain Australia's AML program, which arose from a wider review by AUSTRAC of online gaming companies' AML programs in Australia. To recap, on December 16th, 2024, Austrac filed a civil action against Entain Australia seeking a monetary penalty. This action is against Entain Australia. It does not include Entain PLC. This was just the first step in the process. There is an initial statement of allegations, which will be supplemented with a more detailed statement of claim, likely in March 2025. After reviewing the statement of claim, we will aim to enter into discussions and mediation with Austrac, which we hope can take place later this year. The initial statement alleges deficiencies in Entain Australia's AML program in various areas, including risk-based assessments and controls, transaction monitoring, source of funds reviews, due diligence, and suspicious activity reporting. These issues are localized to the Entain Australia business. With the support and oversight of Entain PLC, Entain Australia has throughout the past 2 years put into place significant measures to mitigate and manage risk under its AML program, with the goal of bringing Entain Australia in line with Entain PLC's expectations for each of its companies within the group. Entain Australia has implemented many improvements, including in the areas of resourcing, transaction monitoring, technology, assurance, and risk management. Entain Australia has already taken action to correct many of the deficiencies noted by Austrac in its complaint. The remaining elements of the remediation work should be formally completed by June of this year, if not sooner. We are working on a summary of the detailed enhancements that have been completed and are underway, which we will provide separately to you and your staff. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to have given you this update.
Thank you. Ms. Okerberg, anything else?
Thank you. No, that was it. I'm happy to turn it over to Mr. McGinnis unless you want to go through particular questions for Entain.
I just want to say, first of all, thank you for the updates on those. Those are very topical and current issues, so I appreciate you bringing them to the record. And the issue about Nevada licensees and their activities outside of the state of Nevada is, of course, always of interest to us. And you are correct. You've kept the board apprised and the agents apprised, and we appreciate that. Certainly when you start talking about AML issues, whether they're inside the United States or around the world, that certainly gets our attention. So appreciate the update and your continued efforts to keep us apprised.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. McGinnis.
Thank you. Again, for the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow. On behalf of MGM Resorts International, we've reviewed draft number 1 of the amended order of registration dated January 10th, 2025, and believe it is in appropriate form for approval and execution. Also, we would like to I would like to put on the record and thank Special Agent Lambert and Supervisor Doyle for working through the MGM component of this matter.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Scheer, we'll start with you. Thank you for the presentation. You succinctly went through the history of how we got here today and the different licensing and different stages that this process has taken. So that was appreciated. As you also mentioned, this was on our December agenda. So myself and the judge were very familiar with it. And Member Sendall got a very good education over the last couple of weeks to get up to speed on everything you just went through. So that was helpful as well. What I'm interested in, I've got several questions, but let's start with explain how the Siri move to Mandalay Bay, how's that going to work from a hub standpoint?
BetMGM would continue to operate Siri, is the plan, but the hub would move to Mandalay Bay, which is where the MGM hub currently is. So that would be in coordination with enforcement and technology and audit and making sure that all of the controls are in place to have the hub at that location. They are now for MGM. So that's actually probably the smoothest part of the transition, is simply taking over the hub that MGM already has in place at Mandalay Bay.
And you answered my next question, is BetMGM continuing to stay at Siri? And you said that is the plan.
Yes. There's a lease there, and obviously at some point that lease will expire, but at least for the near term, yes.
There was a section in our materials that talked about credit and front money accounts. MGM currently, I assume, has credit and front money accounts on the casino side that the patrons are able to use at the book. And my understanding is BetMGM isn't going to have credit or front money. And this may be a question for Mr. Pohl or Mr. Madamba, but what happens if a current player at the sports pool has credit or front money, and then you transition to BetMGM? What happens in that process?
Well, I think there's a difference between credit and front money. So the credit obviously is issued by MGM, and that would continue to be their credit. But front money is the player's money. So that money is fungible, and if the player chose to do so, they could move it into a BetMGM account.
It's what I'm interested in
yeah.
exactly. Do they have to move it from a current MGM account into a BetMGM? How does that process work if there is front money?
Yeah, let me see if Mr. Pohl has anything different on that, or yeah, my understanding is it would just move. I mean, again, it'd be the player says, I want to move my money, withdraw it from the MGM account, move it to the BetMGM
That's
account.
what I was asking. Yeah, thank
But
you.
let me see if
Yeah.
there's anything I'm missing there.
Mr. Pohl, that may be the answer, so you can just confirm it.
Yeah, Chandler Poll for the record. I think what I heard was MGM offers credit for casino play, not for race and sportsbook play. Front money can come into an MGM casino, and then the customer has access to that money to use for purchasing or play within the casino. So if somebody had front money, and if BetMGM was the operator, it's conceivable they could have the front money at MGM, withdraw that front money, and then go play at the BetMGM Sports.
I think that's what I was trying to get at exactly. So they've got to take it, all of it or part of it out of MGM and put it into a BetMGM account, or are they just taking it out and placing wagers with it?
Well, so BetMGM has an account wagering system, so it would depend on if the player wants to wager on an account, basically on a mobile, or if they just want to do counter wagers. I'm not sure about BetMGM's method of operation or in a retail book, but that's MGM's understanding of it.
Yeah, understood.
There would also be kiosks in the book. So again, it could be put on account and wagered to the kiosks as well.
Makes sense. Thank you for that, Mr. Cole. I've got a few other questions that I want to ask about prior conversation we've had regarding some audit issues, but before we get into that, I want to ask Judge Assad if you have questions regarding the applications that we have in front of us for BetMGM.
Thank you, Chairman Henry. And nice to see you, Mr. Chair. Always good to have you in front of us. You're such a fountain of knowledge. I read on page 11 that BetMGM does not plan to offer physical parlay cards, and they're generally pretty lucrative. Most casino sports books have them. I'm just wondering why you're just going to allow parlays off the board and not have those actual parlay cards.
Yeah, I think the answer there is the odds change, and so as that allows for a more fluid situation with someone being able to parlay the different items on board. Also, it allows for more flexibility for the customer to be able to parlay different wagers and not just those that are on the card itself. There would still be a ticket that's printed if the player made a parlay wager or a record in their mobile account of that parlay, so that but it gives them more flexibility, and both the customer and the book more flexibility on the parlays.
I know most properties will allow both. You know, you can bet your parlay card or you can make a parlay off the board. And when the odds change, let's say it's a big blizzard in the Denver Bronco game, and the total is going to drop from 54 down to 46. They just take it off the board or off the parlay card. They put a notice at the cashier's window or the betting window. It says item number such and such is off the board. So I just thought it'd be kind of a good marketing thing to keep that for people who like parlay cards. The other question I had was on AML and Bank Secrecy Act violations are the topic du jour. What protocols and minimal internal control standards, maybe one of the other folks could answer that if you're not able to, is BetMGM putting in place to try to avoid any AML issues?
And of course, Title 31 is a national law, a federal law. So BetMGM is operating in other jurisdictions and does have AML, an AML program in place. They have a manager for their AML programs. I can certainly have Sarah Brennan come up if you want more detail and to discuss those issues. But yeah, they're currently doing that now. So it would not be a major change for them. They would, if they're the licensee, they would be required to file the reports from the Nevada properties with FinCEN. So and they would be the one that would be audited by the IRS when there are audits of the book, at least, because they would be the licensee. That's how how FinCEN has interpreted the requirement, is that the licensee itself actually be the one audited, or the one that files the reports.
She's standing by.
Thank you. Sarah Brennan, for the record, Senior Director of Compliance for BetMGM. We have a robust AML program for our mobile operations and our sports books in other jurisdictions. There's a director of AML who has a team of about 40 AML managers and analysts who handle all the reviews, reports, and submissions, both in, again, our mobile operations and sports books. So we feel confident that we would be able to maintain compliance in our operations in Nevada.
So you're issuing CTRs on 5,000 and above, is that right?
5,000, 10,000 and above.
But some places start at 5. I know the law says 10, but can you make a $5,000 bet without any paper transaction on the part of the patron?
It's MTL.
MTL,
Yes.
Transaction law.
that stays in-house.
Yes.
What about CTRs? It's 10,000 and above?
10,000 and above.
Okay. And then I'm not concerned with somebody betting a few $100s here and there, but the large bets, 100,000, 200,000, what type of source of funds or verification would BetMGM undergo?
We have a robust source of funds analysis, due diligence reviews, wire reviews in place already. We also work closely with MGM now for high value deposits and transactions. Obviously, a transaction of that monetary value you could not make anonymously in any jurisdiction, especially Nevada. So feel confident that would remain in place.
So besides just getting the driver's license and other identifiers and filing a CTR, you're actually looking into verifying bona fide legitimate source of funds?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And then you're going to be training the frontline employees as well, the ticket writers and so forth?
Our operations team, yes, would be training them.
Okay. How about in-game wagering? You'll be offering in-game wagering, I presume?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how long of delay there will be before the actual event takes place on the field and the patron is looking at it on the TV screen?
That delay is variable based upon our feed providers. It's a short delay. Obviously, we intend to offer only markets that we can preserve integrity around. But there is just a natural delay between consumption of data and our ability to offer the market.
Sometimes, though, the problem is they move the line because the casino operator, well, the sportsbook operator knows that, for example, a goal was scored in hockey, but the patron watching the TV screen has no idea that they just scored a goal, and it could be a 10 to 15-second delay. So that gives an unfair advantage to the sportsbook operator.
I think it's industry standard that there is a certain delay. It's just it's an organic delay. It's not something that we can control. We wouldn't offer markets that we felt the patron was disadvantaged wagering on. We haven't had issues across jurisdictions where that's been any type of indication from our regulatory bodies that that has occurred.
What happens in a situation where the betting line is still on the board and the game has already started?
Like on a known result? Well, we would
No, before the result is known. Just, past posting after the game has started, maybe 2 minutes, 5 minutes, what have you.
Well, we would not accept wagers on a past posted.
No, but you do. I'm saying it's not, a book would by accident.
Right.
They're not aware that the game has already started. What is your policy in that type of situation?
Well, we would void the wager if it was unknown results
And
and
that would
refund the
be-
stake.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Refund the stake to the patron.
And that would be clearly stated in the
In
house rules?
Yes.
Okay, because
And-
we're having some meetings on that currently, so.
Yes, sir. Jay Vaccaro, manager of trading compliance, is actually participating with Chandler Pohl from MGM in those sessions.
Okay, good. Thank you. That's all I have, Chairman.
Thank you.
Question for you. You mentioned robust AML staff, national. If the BetMGM became the licensee at these 9 locations, do you think your current staffing levels will still cover the AML for being the licensee at these properties?
We would increase staff.
Okay, yeah, that was my next
Yes,
question. You
yes.
got it. Perfect. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Member Sendall.
Actually, just to clarify on that point that Chairman mentioned in the materials, it stated that you're providing your own personnel to operate each race book. So currently, are there MGM employees that are transitioning to BetMGM? How many new employees are really none? Is there any new training because there's not really new employees? How's that working out?
Yeah, currently they are, all the ticket writers, all the employees in the retail book are all MGM employees. So the plan would be for the majority of those, all those who want to transition over to BetMGM. Once the transition occurs. There will be some training that'll be required in terms of BetMGM policies and procedures, which are in some cases are slightly different, but generally they're the same. So it shouldn't be a heavy lift. But they will have to put them all through that training. And they'll have to know the proper channels. Like, again, for AML reporting, for example, if they see something that's suspicious, how do they report it? Who do they report it to? The channels will just change, even though a lot of the actual requirement to report will be the same.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, Judge.
I just have one more question for
Sarah?
Mr. Matt Cosgriff, is that how you pronounce his name?
Yes.
He's the Director of Retail Trading out of New Jersey, correct?
Yes.
He'll be setting the original line, the opening line.
Yes.
And so when the money comes in, and the line needs to be moved because you're lopsided on one side over the other, will he be the one moving the line, or will the individual properties, say here or in Mississippi or New Jersey or wherever, will they call him up and say, hey, we need to move the line? Or is he going to be the only person in charge of adjusting the line as the money comes in?
There will be operational traders who will be able to actually be adjusting the line. However, it's under the guidance and oversight of that position. So it's not just a unilateral, move of lines. So he'll still have supervisory oversight of that movement.
And it'll be a uniform line throughout the country?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. I mean, you won't have, Kansas City Chiefs -3.5 in Michigan, and over here it's 2.5.
No, sir.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Mr. Scheer, you'll probably recall during our December meeting, we had some concerns raised by the audit division about wagering account adjustments. And you're probably aware that conversations have continued since that time. So what I'm interested from you, I don't know if you have an affirmative presentation of what your current understanding is of how that continuing conversation has evolved. But I'm interested in what you, as well as Entain and MGM, think the audit division's questions are being properly addressed.
Well, let me start generally, and then I'm going to ask Mr. Pohl to come forward too, because he's worked closely on this issue. Generally, there was an issue that we discussed at the December meeting with regard to a couple of employees of an Entain subsidiary, Ivy Comptech, who had access to make adjustments to wagering accounts. Those adjustments were where there had been a promotion or a bonus that was offered to a player that had gotten canceled. So for example, a game had been canceled and they had tried to use their bonus and it had been canceled out, but then the game never actually got played. So they didn't get to use the bonus. So it was sort of an automatic reinstatement of the bonus that the player was due already. Now, the concern there was they were not registered gaming employees. At least that's, we thought the concern was they were not registered gaming employees. BetMGM also was doing that, some of those adjustments in their role as the information technology service provider, because we viewed those as an error in the system essentially that was being corrected. Through discussions with the audit division, we understand, or came to understand, that they had concerns that BetMGM shouldn't be doing those adjustments at all. And we weren't changing, there were no cash adjustments going on. This was simply correcting what was a problem in the system because those bonuses that the player was entitled to had been canceled out because their game hadn't been played for some reason. So those are the only adjustments being made. Once we became aware that the audit division had concerns about that, BetMGM access to do that was also cut off. So that's been done as well. We are hopeful that as we work through the internal controls with the audit division for BetMGM to serve as the key employee, that we'll be able to have BetMGM employees, BetMGM supervisors take over that, some of that account adjustment role again. But that's subject to those internal controls have not yet been approved by the audit division. So that's subject to that discussion.
Do you believe now that BetMGM understands all the issues that audit has raised?
Yes, I think we understand them. Again, I think there's a difference of opinion as to what's allowed or what's required, but that's, again, part of the reason we went and got the key employee license was to try and resolve some of those issues and misunderstandings. So
Yeah.
this was one more, unfortunately, but yes, I think the key employee, we understand it. We've stopped it, and we believe the key employee license will take care of it.
And as you know, there's been quite a bit of history on this transition, this acquisition, this transition, and finger pointing might be the right word, but in this particular marriage and the BetMGM baby, there seems to be a lot of, well, must have been the other side, or it must have been the other side. And so I think finger pointing might be the right word. Are you or Mr. Pohl able to address, or have we gotten over that there's now a clear line if audit or anybody from the Gaming Control Board has a question that they know who to go to, and somebody says the buck stops with me?
Well, let me see if Mr. Pohl can come forward, because like I said, he's been directly
Yes.
discussing those issues with the
Great.
audit division.
Thank you. Mr. Pohl, does that question make sense? If a lot of times when audit's asking a question, there's sometimes I'm being told well, I think left hand is handling that or right hand should be handling that.
Correct. John Pohl for the record, and part of this transition will clear that up, because before this transition, there were multiple people, multiple entities, all with their hands in the same cookie jar. And so it leads possibly to finger pointing of some sort. If I could just take a moment to step back to what Mr. Scher said, the adjustments were by BetMGM and this other entity. That other entity had unauthorized access, but that was due to something that was discussed on the record in December. The BetMGM employees acting as the IT service provider were making adjustments to wagering accounts that had a technological failure of the promotion itself. Once MGM realized the extent of the need to correct those failures, MGM took that role back in-house and increased our staff by 10 to address basically coming out of a field trial, really having the experience to know how the product works, and then expanding our own duties. So it wasn't us trying to finger point, it was more of us with the benefit of experience. We knew how to correct and move forward to make things more in line, so there would no longer be finger pointing.
I appreciate that explanation. That makes sense. And obviously, when you have any transition of this size, you're going to have some issues. That it's not about being perfect, but it's about when our audit division is got questions, somebody's there to answer them. And generally, if you don't know the answer, somebody says, "I'll get you the answer." This situation we were talking about with Ivy, as you addressed, Mr. Shear, it sounds like it wasn't just Ivy. There was other employees who were doing it too, and you were probably learning that information in real time when we were having conversations in December, is my understanding.
That's correct.
Great. All right, board members, did you have any questions regarding the audit issues? Judge?
No, maybe Ms. Newell, if you could maybe come up to the podium and you know more about all this stuff than I do. So, are you satisfied with what you've heard here today, or do you have anything you'd like to ask or add to?
Supervisor Shelley Newell from the Audit Division. I believe both have now represented the parties that have been involved. I believe both have represented that they're aware of the need to answer the Audit Division's questions. And the finger pointing issue has been addressed to where they feel they had that worked out, particularly when BetMGM becomes a key employee. With that being on the record, Audit Division would be satisfied at this time, as we are working with MGM, BetMGM to get those key employee MGMRI ICs. There has been the finger pointing. So yes, I will say that has happened. There have been some unaddressed questions. Information has been evolving. There has been a delay and a constant, we need to get with Entain and BetMGM, and then some non-answers. So again, with their representation saying that will not occur, I believe that the Audit Division has it on record, and if it happens, we can bring it back to the board members and address it at that time.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that. I mean, ultimately, MGM is going to be ultimately responsible as the key licensee. BetMGM will be a licensee, so they can be ultimately responsible as well, and if need be. So I
Yes.
think rest assured, we have things in place. Thank you.
The one thing I would like to add, is I think it would be good to also have Entain make that same representation. And then we do have two to three outstanding system issues that the groups need to work with our tech division as well as the audit division. And if something arises out of that, again, we need to bring that back through our division chief to the board members. I'm not sure what's going to come of that, but we are researching the system issues based on some tools that we were not aware of that existed on the system.
Thank you, Supervisor Newell, for that explanation. Ms. Okerberg, you've heard this conversation. I presume you and your client have been involved in some of these discussions with the audit division. Do you have any different opinion than what BetMGM and MGM will be representing on the record today?
Thank you, Chair Hendrick. No, we don't. I would like to state on behalf of Entain and its subsidiaries that we, of course, are happy to work with and cooperate with the audit division and any other division. And we also will work with BetMGM and MGM to help make sure that that process is a little bit more streamlined going forward.
Thank you for that. And for any of you, if BetMGM or when BetMGM were to become the licensee, do you think these issues become minimal? Do we have less of these issues when we know who's on first?
I think we probably have fewer of these issues, but we still have, I mean, some of the finger pointing, for example, is related to technology. So the Ivy Comtech issue was a technical issue with access not being denied when there was a system change. And so they had to go back and then deny that access. So that was a technical issue. But the BetMGM issue was an issue with regard to are they allowed to do that work? What's the volume of how much of that work is occurring? So again, that was more of a BetMGM and an MGM issue. So there were slightly different issues there. So I don't know that, yes, there's finger pointing because there were different causes for the two different issues.
Which is different than the finger pointing we dealt with a year or so ago. That
Correct.
was more of a, where is somebody inside of Nevada? And so from a board chair position, I just want to be sure that if audit, enforcement, investigations, whoever, we know who's got the bat phone, right? We pick up the line, somebody at BetMGM, MGM, Entain knows they're the ones who are picking up the phone. They're going to get an answer and they're going to respond. They don't need to tell us that, well, it may be somebody else's issue. The buck's got to stop somewhere.
Yeah, and they're all licensees, so they're all responsible ultimately. But again, right now MGM is the operating licensee, and if this transition occurs, or when this transition occurs, assuming it's approved, then BetMGM would be the operating licensee for the books.
Thank you for that. And thank you all for putting that on the record that you and your clients will be cooperating and understand what the audit issues are. Ms. Newell, anything else that you needed to add after hearing from all three of the parties? You go ahead and step up to the podium.
I just want to reiterate, again, this is Supervisor Shelley Newell. I want to reiterate the importance of working through these system issues, as I believe they are backdoors on the system. And there should not be a delay in getting us the reports, particularly user provisioning, so that we know who's been accessing the system and whether these need to be regulated systems and applications.
And for the record, why don't you explain why that's important? It's not just important that we get the reports. What do the reports tell the Gaming Control Board?
The reports tell the Gaming Control Board if revenue is correct. It secures patron information. It secures all of the sensitive data that's out there that's lying in these systems. And if people have been accessing that for even if it's a viable reason, such as data mining or data analytics, compilation of information, we still need to know that there is no alteration to any of the data, no compromise of patron information, and that nothing has been released or altered. We want to give that level of assurance to the state that taxes have been properly reported and revenue properly reported and patrons are protected.
Thank you for putting that on the record, Supervisor Newell. This isn't about foot faults. This is about calculating revenue, being sure revenue is correct, being sure that taxes are properly collected. At the end of the day, one of our primary goals, primary responsibilities here is we're a tax collection agency, so we expect all licensees to be sure that they're properly calculating those numbers. Thank you. Member Sindall, do you have any other questions?
I just wanted to thank Supervisor Newell for her time in explaining this and the background on this that I received this week and the explanation from Mr. Scheer. I would just add, yeah, when you have so many people, hands in the pot, and then technology's changing, I just think it's important to keep communication lines open and responsive and acknowledge, even with this transitions, there's going to be little bumps in the road, and just keeping that line open and using the Gaming Control Board involved and ensuring that all the issues and risks that Supervisor Newell identified are addressed in a timely manner. But thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Judge, anything else you have?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Scheer, anything else you'd like to add?
No, Mr. Chairman, I think I said thank you to Special Agent Lambert and Agent Lane and Supervisor Doyle already, but they were great to work with.
Great. And you reviewed all 6 of the conditions and didn't have any questions about those, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for putting that on the record. Mr. McGinnis has already put on the record that he has reviewed draft number 1 dated January 10, 25. And Ms. Okerberg put on the record that she reviewed draft number 1 dated 1/10/25. I believe they both had the same date, is that correct? Yep, both of them had the same date, and both of them confirmed on behalf of their client that the orders are accurate and didn't have any questions, so that's good for the record. If board members don't have anything else, I would entertain a motion on non-restricted item number 1.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll be glad to make that motion. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission for agenda item number 1 on the non-restricted calendar as read into the record by Secretary Rupert to include the 61st revised order of registration draft number 1 dated January 10th, 2025, and the 7th revised order of registration draft number 1 dated January 10th, 2025, with the following conditions. Prior to the commencement of operations, an adequate written internal control system that documents compliance with minimal internal control standards must be received and accepted by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division. Prior to the commencement of race and sports and/or parimutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Audit Division pursuant to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 5.225 and 22.040. The surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved, except as otherwise provided by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. The ticket writers must be employees of BetMGM LLC. Prior notification to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required by BetMGM LLC before converting a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior notification to the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required before closing or reopening a manned satellite operation. And lastly, any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between BetMGM LLC and MGM Resorts Interactive LLC or any affiliated companies must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change.
Chief Hoffman here. I would just want to make it clear that these conditions apply to all of the book locations.
Very good.
So noted.
So all 9 locations. Very good. You understand that, Mr. Shear?
We do.
Very good. All right, thank you, Judge. Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shear. Madam Secretary, please read in the next item.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Brian Chang and Sylvia Tiscarino for finding of suitability and/or licensure as an officer as noted on the agenda.
Good morning.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, Judge Assad, Board Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Scott Shearer, Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck, appearing on behalf of GAN Limited and GAN Nevada Inc., GAN UK Limited, and Brian Chang and Sylvia Tiscarino. With me today are Sylvia Tiscarino and Brian Chang. I would, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, like to ask each of them to come forward and give you a brief overview of their background, and then we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman, honorable board members, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Sylvia Tiscareño, Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary at GAN. First, I want to thank you for considering my application for licensure. Having been born and raised in Las Vegas, it is an honor to appear before you as an individual applicant. I've had a very unique front row seat to the ever-changing gaming industry here in Southern Nevada. You see, after immigrating to the United States, my father was a career bartender on the Las Vegas Strip, my mother a career cocktail waitress on the Las Vegas Strip. And as a result, I grew up in and around casinos my entire childhood. Of course, that meant that at the age of 16, my first job was at the Circus as a midway attendant. And I've come a long way since then. During my undergraduate studies at UNLV, as a first-gen student, I worked at the MGM Grand, where I learned about the hotel operations side of the business at the world's largest hotel and casino, at least it was at the time. And after law school, I started my legal career in the litigation department of a private law firm. Since then, I've spent the majority of my professional life as in-house counsel in the gaming industry, and I've had amazing opportunities handling a variety of complex matters over the years. Specifically, at Aristocrat Technologies, I cut my teeth in the industry and had the distinct pleasure of using my cultural background and bilingual skills for managing the legal and compliance affairs in the Latin American market. And by the time I left Aristocrat, I had gained invaluable national and international experience in many areas, including manufacturing, distribution, and technology. From there, I joined William Hill as general counsel for its U.S. operations. This was before sports betting was considered cool because the Supreme Court had not yet deemed PASPA unconstitutional. But in May 2018, that all changed. It was full steam ahead, and it oftentimes felt like we were flying the plane and building it at the same time. Fortunately, I worked with an amazing team there, where I gained experience in operations both from the retail and digital sides of the business. I am especially proud of the many firsts that occurred there during my tenure, which included negotiating the first North American sponsorship deal between a sportsbook and a pro hockey team, as well as the country's first in-arena sportsbook. And now again, I continue to leverage all that I've learned in the industry, especially in the areas of online gaming and technology. Overall, I've enjoyed doing business in the industry for both private and public entities in both foreign and domestic markets. When I'm not working, I truly enjoy giving back to my community, especially when I'm able to do so with my son at various organizations throughout the Valley. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have about my application. I would like to take a brief moment to thank the board staff, especially Mr. Nick Mullenkamp, for all their time and attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tiscarino. Pleasure having you before us today and hearing about your story and your life growing up here in Vegas, and obviously have a very respected career in the gaming industry, a long time now, so congratulations on that as
Thank you.
well. I, first of all, just wanted to ask you, what is your roles and responsibilities on kind of a day-to-day, week-to-week basis on behalf of the company?
Well, one of the reasons why I enjoyed being in-house so much is because there really isn't a set day-to-day. A number of things can pop up in any minute, so you may be dealing with an employment matter at 1 minute and then dealing with an operational issue. But ultimately, my role as Chief Legal Officer and Corporate Secretary is to manage the legal and compliance affairs of the company, so the compliance team reports to me. There is a B2C division out of Estonia. The legal department also reports into me. And so dealing with the board, executive corporate matters, et cetera, that's the bulk of my day-to-day role.
And you answered my next question is, who's in charge of compliance? How big is that group that reports to you?
So we do have, so again, we have our B2B side of the business, so again, corporate out of the US. And then we do have the B2C division out of Estonia. And so because Estonia engages in a different type of operation, they do have an AML side, they do have an AML officer. We have attorneys in Estonia. Here in the US, we do have a head of compliance, and then we have a team, internal audit, a licensing team. So they all do a lot of hard work to help me feel good about what I do every day and to sleep well at night.
And are those compliance and internal audit based here in Nevada or somewhere else?
No, so somewhere else. We're pretty remote.
Spread out across the country?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. And do you feel like the current staffing levels for compliance and audit is adequate?
I do. I mean, as an attorney, I would always want more, of course. But as of right now, yes, I think that we are good. Obviously, we're in the middle of a pending merger, and so I imagine that as the business changes, those needs may change as well.
Thank you for that. And that was my next question. You're way ahead of me here. How is the merger going with Sega Sammy?
The merger is going well. We obviously announced last Friday that we did need to enter into an extension to extend that end date as defined in the agreement to give us a bit more time to secure the few remaining regulatory approvals in a few of the other jurisdictions.
And how many jurisdictions are you waiting on? Do you know?
By my count, I believe there's 4.
Out of how many when you started?
I would need to look at that list. Frankly, this is focused just on the actual pre-approval jurisdictions, and so there were some where, we would just need to provide notice. But yes, obviously every jurisdiction has their own agenda for when they schedule meetings, and we did not want to run afoul of that original end date. And so obviously understood the need to get that extension in place.
Is there any particular reason why the remaining jurisdictions have not approved the merger, or is it pure timing and calendaring? Or do you able to
Sure,
discuss?
I'll ask Mr. Scherer to
Please,
respond.
Mr. Shear.
So there are 3 jurisdictions in particular where there had been some changes to the Sega Sammy board, and they asked for applications to be filed on behalf of those individuals. And so they're still in the process of completing their investigative work on those individuals and don't want to put the merger on the agenda until those individual applications or the individual investigations are completed.
You don't have to name the specific jurisdiction, but are we talking national or international or both?
Now, US.
US, good. And so you can put this on the record. How long ago did Nevada approve the merger?
September.
September, very good. So Nevada was probably up in the front of the bus, correct?
Near, yes.
Very good. Always glad to hear that we're number 1. All right, thank you, Mr. Shear. Judge, do you have questions for Ms. Tiscarino?
No questions, just some comments. Just want to congratulate you for a stellar career and a resume that's impeccable. It's always nice to have a local person make good. And where did your mom and dad work, by the way?
Ooh, so
I might have worked with them. That's why I asked.
maybe. So, what's unfortunate is I've told my son that I won't even be able to drive my grandkids around where the history of their family was, because a lot of the places don't even stand anymore. They've been
dunes?
imploded.
Anybody at the
So
dunes?
when my father first came out, he was at the dunes, the
What year?
Mint, the Landmark.
What year at the dunes?
He served in the US Army, moved to Vegas in 65, married my mother in 66, brought her kicking and screaming until she realized how much tips she could make as a cocktail waitress. So she was at the Stardust, actually. She did not move around. So then my dad did. They were at the Stardust together for many years. And then my father opened the Mirage, the Treasure Island, and ultimately retired after opening the Bellagio.
Okay. He was at the dunes for a period of time?
A long time ago, but I don't think, he started actually in a
81, 82?
He started not as bartending. He gradually moved up. He was a bar back and then went into bartending. But I want to say at the Dunes that he was working in a fine dining restaurant.
Okay.
And
The Dome of the Sea.
maybe I don't know. Now you're stretching my memory. And unfortunately, he's no longer with us, so I can't even ask him.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was there from 81 to 84
Okay.
As a dealer, crap dealer. But I'd also started as a bar back and a bartender also.
Wow.
So we have a similar path. Your
Yes,
father
sir.
and I. The investigators did a really good job here. It's very thorough. Julie Petronzi and Nick Mullenkamp, under the supervision of Eric Kaufman and Deputy Chief, who's soon to be Chief, Luke Rippey. Your application is in good form, no concerns, no derogatory information. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you, Judge.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. I echo what Judge Assad just said and was curious. I noticed you had a non-compete and then ended up at GAN in 2020, end of 2021. Can you tell me a
Yes.
little bit how that came about?
Sure. So William Hill, again, as I referenced, the original core management team there is amazing. We're very different people, but the chemistry, kudos to Mr. Joe Asher. He brought together a great group of folks, and we did such a great job that Caesars acquired the company. And following that acquisition, I exited and sat out for that 6-month period.
I noticed you're from Las Vegas. You mentioned your family's from here. It kind of just stuck out to me. You ended up going to law school in Ohio?
I did.
Well, Can you tell me a little bit why?
So a couple of factors. One is UNLV had partial accreditation. And so because I knew the history of UNR, I did not want to run the risk of it not being fully accredited. And the other piece of that was money. So a school in Ohio is where I attended. They offered me a scholarship. And the end.
Well, I assume you came back, it looks like, after.
I did. So I lived briefly, I lived in New York for a New York minute, and I'm licensed there as well, and then moved back to Nevada. I've stayed here ever since, but knew that my choices would be limited if I didn't sit for the bar here. So I also sat for the Nevada bar.
And then it just, I echo that the whole investigative report and everything was really well done. And this is my first meeting, but I couldn't help notice you had like, do you have a coin collection or something?
Ish. I'm not very big into it. I started learning about it, the BU coins, minted coins. I'm not very good at.
I don't know anything about.
I don't have a
coins.
lot of time for hobbies, so it actually kind of is at a standstill right now.
Okay. Well, oh no, yeah, you have a great resume and great background, and I wish you nothing but the best.
Thank you so
for your
much. I
application.
appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm going to have some questions for both you and Mr. Chang in a minute about technological questions.
Okay.
And you're probably aware of the field trial that's been going on in Nevada.
Yes, sir.
I know you're not the technical person, but between you and Mr. Chang, since we have you on the record today, I'm going to ask you some questions about that. But before we do that, I'd like to chat with Mr. Chang for a minute. So
Sure.
Thank you
And
very much.
we also have Mr. Lekites, who's been involved in that field trials on standby.
Wonderful.
He appeared at the last time as well. So
Great.
thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chang.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. Want to thank you guys for this opportunity. And for the record, my name is Brian Chang, C-H-A-N-G. I also wanted to give thanks to Agent Pertranzi and her team. They've been wonderful throughout this whole process. So to share a bit about myself, I started my professional career after graduate school at USC and landed at Deloitte & Touche, now Deloitte, in 2005. I spent almost 8 years at Deloitte and had a specialty of not having a specialty in industry. I worked on grocery store chains, medical device companies, and even a video game developer. After my 7th year, I realized I didn't want to be a partner at the firm and landed at a local medical device company who's publicly traded called Edwards Life Sciences that manufacture heart valves. It was a wonderful company, but the pace and the activity levels that were involved in my role weren't the best fit for me. So I often joke that I bit off more than I could chew and landed at a company called Alorica, which is a call center management company. So again, totally different industry. Also in Irvine, you'll sense that as a recurring theme. And the company quadrupled in size in the first 18 months that I was there through 2 transformative acquisitions. So I gained a lot of great experience on mergers and acquisitions, integrations, optimizations. And towards the end of my tenure there, after the 7th year, experienced the other side of the coin, if you will, and had a chance to be involved with quality of earnings, debt restructuring projects, a lot of projects that have actually mirrored my time and experience here at GAN. So GAN came across my plate as my predecessor and a lot of other employees that currently work at GAN were already at GAN. So it was a way for me to revitalize my public company skill set with a company that had familiar faces to make the transition much easier. I was brought in to clean up the SEC financial reporting function for the most part. That kept me busy for the whole first year, had to restate all of our 10Qs and did a 10K all in a 7-month stretch. And later that year, I ended up assuming the responsibilities of CFO. So I've taken that role as of November 22. During that time period, went from interim to permanent. And I've really enjoyed my time there. It's been challenging, but been a great learning experience. On a personal note, I'm a proud parent of a son and a daughter who are 7 and 5, and a very proud husband of my wife who runs a small business. It's a handwriting camp for children that need to catch up to public school standards. And free time I have seems to be spent chauffeuring my children around to their activities. Thank you for your time, and happy to answer any questions you may have about me.
Thank you for that wonderful explanation of your life and your career, and pleasure having you with us here this morning. My first question for you is, what are your duties and responsibilities on kind of a day-to-day or weekly basis?
Sure. So like Sylvia, I don't have a set day-to-day necessarily. However, I did assume the role of CFO, but I had to maintain all of my responsibilities as controller that I used to have. So I mostly spend my time managing close and dealing with SEC financial reporting. For reasons of the merger, we have lost some team members, but have actively tried to just keep the ship steady, as we would no longer have SEC reporting requirements. So there's a lot of work being done right there to manage that. Currently, I have a one-person team helping me with my SEC reporting. He's fantastic. But generally, we had a team of 5 when I started in that function. So keep myself busy there. I rely very heavily on my FP&A team that handles the budget and forecasting. I'm responsible for all of it, but I do rely very heavily on them for that. I'm also responsible for the treasury function, as well as I oversee the tax function, but I have a very strong VP of tax that helps me with that.
Do you feel that wearing that many hats is causing any issues while you go through this merger transition?
I wouldn't say it's issues, but I'd be lying if it wasn't a challenge. However, one of my specialties that I got at Alorica was process optimization. So we have done a ton of work to, I don't like calling it automation because it's still people involved, but we've semi-automated so many things that we're able to handle the extra load. And we are counting on the merger alleviating a good portion of our responsibilities because they wouldn't be applicable anymore. That will help level set, if you will, the workload.
Very good. And you're going through pending applications in multiple gaming jurisdictions right now. How's that process going?
Very smooth. I think Adrian Prashanzi would agree that I think this is the first time being boring has been a compliment. But yeah, all the jurisdictions have been great. Adrian Prashanzi and her team here have been wonderful. So yeah, pretty smooth from what I understand.
Thank you. Judge Assad, questions for Mr. Chang?
Chief Hoffman loves hearing that, by the way, so kudos to him. He trained all those folks, you know, so. Unfortunately, we're losing him in about a month, but gonna be some big shoes to fill there, so. Your resume is pretty impressive. I mean, bachelor's degree in economics from UCal Irvine and a master's in accounting from USC, eminently qualified for the position. The concerns I have probably go to Jan Roos, same concerns as the chairman mentioned earlier about the technological side of things. Is Ms. Roos or Mr. Roos available? Or?
So
Rob Lakites is available by Zoom,
Zoom?
So he should be available.
Okay, yeah, we'll get to him in a second.
And he's
then.
involved, he's been involved in the field trial, so.
Great. So yeah, Ms. Cheng, I'm just very impressed with your resume and the fact that you stood up to the plate and took this position. I remember when Gan first came before us a year or 2 ago, whatever it was, they were kind of forcing you into that position, if I remember right. But you did a yeoman's job of stepping in there and helping the company get back on the right track. And I agree with you. I think with the merger with Sega Sammy, I think you guys will be okay. Logical issues that I have some concerns with as well. So I'm more than happy.
appreciate that.
You got it.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Yeah, I echo, you have a great resume, great application, boring as you put it, which is a good thing. I did want to ask you a little bit. I noticed that you sit on the GAN Compliance Committee. If you could tell me a little bit about that, what kind of issues you deal with, how many people are on it?
Sure. I'll defer to Sylvia to confirm the number of people, but I believe we have one independent chairperson, as well as myself. Sylvia sits in as secretary for those meetings, and we have our lead compliance officer that manages those meetings. I think that's the full extent of the team. We have other team members come in as needed if there are specific issues, but that's the core team of 4 is what I believe we have. We meet quarterly. And I'm actually aware of almost all the issues beforehand because we have disclosure requirements for the SEC that have a very large overlap with understanding the same issues. But we go through whatever compliance issues are raised on behalf of either of the segments as well as from a corporate standpoint. That's probably the best summary I can give. If there's more details, I'm happy to provide them.
That's good. And I don't really have any other questions and everything looked good. Thank you.
Thank you.
And as you go through these other gaming jurisdictions for approval of the merger, I assume, Mr. Shear, that if anything of significance comes up, that you will certainly keep the Gaming Control Board Investigations Division apprised.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for that. And Mr. Chang, I echo my colleagues' comments here that I'm very happy to support your application today. And Ms. Tiscarino, same for you, based on both your backgrounds in education and experience in gaming, happy to support both your applications. Do want to turn to for a minute, though, regarding where we're at on the field trial here in Nevada. So I think you said we can patch somebody in. Is that correct, Mr. Shear?
Yes, Rob LeKite should be available.
All right.
Yes, can you hear me fine?
We can, thank you.
Great. Hey, good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Assad, Member Sendall, and Madam Secretary. I'm Rob Lekites. It's Lekites. I'm the Senior Vice President of Sports Betting at GAN, and happy to provide the board with an update on the field trial. Is there any specific questions you have? Or do you want me to just give you a status report on where we are today?
Yeah, why don't you start with the status of where you're at and your understanding of where we're at in the process. It's been going on for a long time. It's maybe the longest field trial that we've had, certainly the longest I'm aware of. So I'm interested in where you think we are in the process from your side.
Absolutely. So we're at 14 months right now, I think probably as of today. But as of today, we are in GLI getting everything certified. GLI has completed their technical portion of the final system testing and has launched their audit portion of the system testing. We expect GLI to complete that audit and their full certification letter by March 5th. At that time, that would be supplied to the technology and audit divisions for their review. In addition to that, GAN intends to provide our complete submission of the system, including all of our software updates deployed during the field test period. We will have that provided to uploaded to the portal by March 14th. And our goal is to provide the tech and audit divisions at least 4 weeks to perform their review of the system changes along with the certification. And we feel that by meeting those dates, those milestones, that we'd be in a good position to hopefully wrap up the field trial by mid-April.
What do you believe the reason is that it's taken 14 months or reason?
To be fair, I could, it's not one, there's not one reason. I would say, there was probably, I guess, an underestimation of the complexity of the reporting piece. Certainly, we've also encountered along the way what we describe as edge cases. I'll just give an example. For example, we were 12 months into the field trial, and at 12 months, you have bets that have not been redeemed start to expire, for example. So somebody makes a bet in the retail sports book, they never redeem their winning ticket, that bet expires. So how does that expired ticket, for example, translate into the reports? Those are things that are, may not be discovered during the certification process. They're certainly not discovered in the first 12 weeks of operation because you don't have anything expiring. That's one example. We've had some challenges on the audit side of things with our partner with Stations Casinos. We've worked through them. Right now, I would say we've run very clean. This is we just came off of our second Super Bowl. We had 0 issues on the largest wagering day of the year. The system technically, it performs at an extremely high level. I think really for us, it's just been the reporting piece, which has been a big challenge. But we are confident that we've solved for that. And quite frankly, having been in the field trial for 14 months, we've uncovered the field trial procedure, completing those field trial procedures, we've uncovered really everything there is to uncover with what could possibly, be missing, or data could be calculated incorrectly or whatever. But I think we've uncovered everything, and we're in a really good position now.
Other than Nevada, how many other U.S. jurisdictions is your system being operated in?
It's two operating in today. It was at one point we were in, I believe, 9.
And as you go through these field trial issues here in Nevada, are those changes that you're also making in the other jurisdictions?
Not necessarily. The reporting requirements in Nevada are tremendously different than any other jurisdiction.
So most of the issues you're having are with Nevada reports versus system-wide, or would you say it's some of both? Nevada reports versus other issues?
No, it's not system-wide at all. It's specific to meeting the requirements of Nevada.
Got it. Okay, Judge, you had some questions as well?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. You've covered some of them, and where are we with the mobile service? How's that going?
It's going well. Look, we want to make improvements to our offering. We've held off on that until the field trial is over. That's part of that's our decision. Part of it's station's decision to do so. But the activity on mobile is tremendous. Player feedback has been positive. We've received a lot of feedback that we've developed improvements to the system we want to make eventually, in a timeline that works for stations in Nevada gaming. But overall, the mobile has been a very strong performer.
And you're currently here in Nevada at Boulder Station and the Wildfire Casino, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And is there an issue still with the horse side of taking the bets versus the sports side? Integrating those two? I understand in the past there was a problem there.
We've encountered maybe a couple instances where the data we're receiving from LVDC maybe is not accurate, or needs to be resent. But as a whole, the racebook portion is operating very well.
Okay, good. And then if someone makes a bet at Boulder Station, is that ticket redeemable at, say, Palace Station or Red Rock or the other properties?
Not today. It will be once we launch those remaining properties. Currently at, let's say, Palace Station, you can only register for an account, a mobile account, or you can make deposits and withdrawals to your mobile account there, but you cannot redeem. But for example, you could redeem a Boulder ticket at Wildfire Boulder, and you'll be able to do that once all the other remaining retail properties are fully transitioned over to the GAN system.
I get it. So eventually they'll all be integrated.
Yes.
And the Boulder Station, is there is there enough volume there to really test the system?
Yeah. There's a lot. Actually, I would say it's the perfect location to test the system, and there's a lot of pari-mutuel wagering occurring there. And the volume is obviously not what you would see at a Red Rock or Durango, for example, but it is very consistent volume. You don't see the very large wager types there, but that you would see at some of the other properties that they have. But I think it's a perfect location for the testing to occur.
And you mentioned that Nevada is unique in terms of the data acceptance and so forth from your company. What can you highlight a few of those unique differences that we have from other jurisdictions?
Sure.
And
yeah.
that maybe some of those could be modified or changed down the road somehow.
I think that other jurisdictions, you're typically as a supplier, you're providing anywhere from 10 to 13 daily reports, and in Nevada, it's in the 40 some odd range of reports. So to say which ones you would look to maybe scale back on. I think we'd have to take a deep dive in that, but it appears as though every one of those is very important, and we take them very seriously. But in addition to the regulatory reports, there's 60 some odd operational reports that we're providing in the system that is unique, and I think it's partly because that's the way it's always been done in Nevada, by the suppliers and by the operators in Nevada. They've always had all these reports at their fingertips, whereas you go to other jurisdictions or maybe you deal with other operators outside of Nevada, they'll get those operational reports on their own, just with their own BI teams and pulling that stuff from a data warehouse. So that's been a challenge, and it is a challenge in Nevada. But yeah, I would say the reporting requirements it's 4x what we see in other jurisdictions.
Is it mostly with the audit division?
I believe so. Yes.
And in fairness to Nevada, my understanding is that we offer a lot of exemptions, and so it would be difficult to reconcile the exemptions if we were to modify a lot of the way we take in the information.
That sounds right.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Member Sindall?
Yeah, thank you for that explanation. I'm sorry, I forget, what was the gentleman's name?
Rob Leakites.
Okay. One last question. It might be kind of an obvious point, and maybe you've already done this, but have you kind of gotten an outside consultant or somebody in the regulatory audit compliance world in Nevada who can assist GAN with meeting these requirements, or is this just more of a technological issue with creating these reports a little bit? Or what has that process been over these 14 months?
Well, let me say, if we knew that it was going to take 14 months to get to this point, we probably would have brought somebody in 14 months ago. But it's there's only so many people that have experience in dealing with the launch of a new sportsbook and wagering platform in the state of Nevada. You can count probably on one hand how many have ever been certified, I think. And so to find that people with that experience has been I think would be challenging. We have, for example, Brian has helped out a lot on the audit side. Brian Chang has helped out a lot on the audit side. We did bring in somebody recently to just help us get over that last the final yard line. A consultant working with us and alongside stations that's based in Nevada, and that person has really helped us to try and just button everything up. And but yeah, I would say we certainly would probably do things a little bit differently. And if I had to advise somebody on that today what to do, I would certainly advise to bring in a consultant if you could ever find somebody that has that knowledge base.
I appreciate that explanation, and good luck, and hopefully you're close to the end.
I hope so. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and you answered my next question when answering Member Sindall's question, which is if you could have done it differently, what would you have done to ensure that there was more of a trouble-free field test period? And I think you said maybe you would have handled it different with people who may or may not have been available. So I appreciate that. I do want to put on the record, though, that the reports that are required for sports systems in Nevada for our audit purposes and for calculation of taxes, we recently had the audit division go through all those reports to be sure that they're absolutely necessary, that they're as efficient as possible in collecting the data they need in order to ensure that licensees are paying the right amount of tax off of revenue. And for the first time several months ago, we published all of those on our website. So it's not a secret on what those reports are. And if other systems can do it, I expect GAN to be able to do it too. And 14 months, I'm sure, is long for you. It's been very long for us as well. So on behalf of your company, as Member Sindall mentioned, I hope we're near the finish line. And again, regarding both your personal applications, pleasure having you here, and I have no problem supporting your applications today. And thank you, Mr. Legikes, for all your answering of our questions today.
Thank you.
Judge or Member Sendall, anything else you'd like to add?
I'm good, thank you.
I'm good, thank you.
Share anything else?
Just again, thank you to Julie Petronzi and Nick Molenkamp. I've been around so long that when I was in the AG's office, I worked with Mr. Molenkamp's parents. So when he was assigned to this case, it made me feel old, but it's been a pleasure to work with him, and they've been great. So thank you very much.
Good. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 2, if you'd like to make that.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move that we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank
Thank
you
you
very
both.
much.
Thank you. Do we need to take a break for the court reporter, Madam Secretary, or can we move on to number 3?
Sure, a break would be appreciated.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute break. Is that good?
Yes.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break and come back, and we will be moving a little bit faster now that we've got through 1 and 2. So we'll be in recess for 10 minutes. All right, we're back on the record. Madam Secretary, please read in our next item.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Christopher Joy for licensure as a key employee at Coast Hotels and Casinos, Inc., doing business as Orleans Hotel and Casino.
Morning.
Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation. Here with me today is the applicant, Chris Joy. We also have in the audience Cassie Stratford, in case there are any questions on the company. If I could, I would like to ask Mr. Joy to share with you his background and talk with you about his duties and responsibilities.
Thank you, Ms. Okerberg.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. A bit of background about me. I am Christopher Joy, General Manager at the Orleans. My last name is spelled J-O-Y. I've been working in the gaming industry for the past 30 years, 26 of those in Nevada. I started in 1995 at the Silver Legacy in Reno as an assistant front office manager and spent the first 20 years coming through the hospitality side of the business. This time was spent with various gaming companies in both Northern and Southern Nevada. I also spent 4 years in Louisiana at Harrah's, New Orleans. In 2014, I added working through the gaming side of the business while the assistant general manager at the Palms. I joined Boyd Gaming in 2019, and I currently serve as the vice president and general manager of the Orleans. In my capacity as general manager, I oversee all departments within the property, including gaming departments, hotel operations, food and beverage, arena operations, finance, facilities, human resources, security, surveillance, and property marketing. As far as reporting, I report to Steve Schutte, the Executive Vice President of Operations for Boyd Gaming, and I supervise approximately 16 directors and managers. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Joy. Pleasure having you with us here today. Enjoyed reading through your background and a very thorough explanation of your gaming career, which has spanned quite a number of years. So congratulations on that.
Thanks.
I didn't have any questions on your background, didn't have any issues or areas of concern. Did want to ask, though, how is business going at the Orleans?
We're doing well. Of course, a bit down from the peak in 2023, but our property remains busy. We have a lot going on.
Yeah, great. And saw that there was a major announcement about what Boyd will be doing in terms of remodeling many of your properties. Will that include the Orleans?
It does. So right now we're spooling up a hotel remodel of over 1,800 standard guest rooms. So big project. We're looking
Great.
forward to it.
And how long do you expect that to take?
Right around 12 months. We'll start in the summer of this year and end by summer of next year.
Great. Wonderful. Well, as I said, you've been involved in Nevada's gaming business for a long time, and so I'm very happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Judge Assad.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Your resume is excellent with regard to your work experience. It's phenomenal, really. Been has a very eclectic look to it. The Palms Casino from 2013 to 2016.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Yeah, I'm very familiar with that property. I own some condos over there.
Ah, perfect.
I'm in there all the time. Caesars, where else? The Wynn, the Aladdin. Yeah, very, very impressive. I love that when people come before us and they have a variety of experiences like you have. It really gives me great confidence in your ability to do a good job. I am, the only question I was wondering is Aliante? Is that
Yes,
still under the Boyd umbrella?
it is. That was
Okay.
my initial general manager role before I was moved back to the Orleans, but all
Okay.
under the Boyd umbrella.
Excellent. Well, I wish you all the luck in the world. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Yes, I was very impressed with your background. You have a very diverse background. You've worked both in the north and the south. You went to high school up north?
I did. I actually went to school up north, including UNR. So I spent time both in Northern and Southern Nevada.
And yeah, it looked like you work at the Pepper Mill as well. You mentioned the Silver Legacy in your presentation.
Yes.
Did you have any interest in working there long term, or what made you kind of come down south and stay here more permanently?
Yeah. So, growing up in Reno, that was a natural place to start in the gaming industry up there. But really, there's no place like Las Vegas, right? This is the center for all things gaming, and wanted to move here when the boom of the Strip was really happening. So came down to open up the Aladdin in 2000 and really stayed here most of that time from then forward.
Great. Well, good luck, and I am happy to support your application.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
The only other thing I'd like to add for the record is we would like to thank Agent Colin Lane for all of his hard work and professionalism on the application.
Great. Thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 3.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I'll make that motion. Move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Bringing us to non-restricted number 4, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Ryan Paulos for licensure as a key employee at Coast Hotels and Casinos, Inc., doing business as Gold Coast Hotel and Casino.
Good morning again, Chair Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Erica Okerberg, appearing on behalf of Boyd Gaming Corporation. Here with me today is the applicant, Ryan Paulos. Also again in the audience is Cassie Stratford, in case there are any company questions. As we did before, I'd like to ask Mr. Paulos to give you an overview of his background and then share with you his job duties and responsibilities.
Thank you. Good
Good
morning.
morning. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Good morning, Chair Hendricks, Member Assad, Member Sendall, and a special thank you to Agent Bridges who conducted the investigation. I've been working in the Nevada gaming industry for the past 27 years. I started in 1998 when I participated in a management training program at Nevada Palace. Upon completion of the program, I moved over to the Venetian as a slot supervisor. From there, I moved to Detroit to take on the role of slot shift manager at Greektown Casino. In 2002, I moved back to Las Vegas to take on the role of director of slot operations for Cannery Casino Resorts. After 6 years in that role, I transferred to Eastside Cannery to serve as assistant general manager. And in 2009, I went back to the Cannery Casino Resorts corporate offices to serve as the company's VP of Gaming Systems and Operations. In February of 2016, I was asked to take the position of Vice President General Manager at the Cannery Casino in North Las Vegas. And in late 2016, Boyd acquired Cannery Casino Resorts and retained me as the General Manager and Vice President of Cannery Casino. In 2022, I was reassigned to the Gold Coast as the Vice President and General Manager. In my capacity as GM, I oversee all departments within the property, including hotel operations, retail facilities, human resources, security, surveillance, food and beverage, finance, table game, slot operations, race and sportsbook, and marketing. As far as my reporting, I report to Steve Schutte, the Executive Vice President of Operations for Boyd Gaming. I supervise approximately 13 directors and managers.
Thank you, Mr. Paulos. Pleasure having you here today. You've obviously been involved in the gaming career, I think in Nevada primarily your whole life, right?
Yes, sir, except for 2 years in Detroit.
Yeah, wonderful. Well, you were also, I believe, in front of the commission in, what was it, Ms. Okerberg, 2019 last time you were licensed?
16. Well, no, I think it was by the time 2019.
Yeah, so about 6 years ago. So you've been through this process before.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Well, pleasure to have you in front of us here again today. Your father obviously is a pioneer and a legend in the gaming industry, and I'm sure you learned a lot from him, and you've been in the industry so long, hopefully he's learned a lot from you as well. Yeah.
I'd like to think so. Thank
Good.
you.
Is he watching online today?
I don't think so.
He's
I did not
golfing
tell him.
somewhere.
I did not tell him I was going to be here.
He's got better things to do. Well, good luck to him. And based on your prior licensing experience, you've been through this, as I said several times, and a pleasure to have you in front of us again. As I asked Mr. Joy, the new renovations, is some of that going to be done at your property as well?
Yes, we recently completed renovation of all of our hotel rooms, and this year we plan on adding a couple of new food concepts.
Great.
Yes.
Wonderful. Ms. Stratford, if you want to come up and give us a bigger overview on the operations, I'd be interested to hear what you have to say about the new projects that Boyd is undertaking.
Yeah, as you probably heard on our recent earnings call, the company has been very focused on capital reinvestment in our sort of portfolio here in Nevada and then across the United States. So we discussed on that call a number of exciting projects that we have underway, new projects, new build, including Cadence Crossing project here in Nevada. And then in the rest of the country, we've got new projects going on in other jurisdictions as well. But besides new projects, we're really taking the time to look carefully at the product we're offering to our customers and reinvest in our physical brick and mortar structures to make sure we're continuing to serve our customers with sort of a top quality gaming, hospitality, and entertainment experience in the best interest of the company and, of course, to contribute to the gaming market in Nevada.
Great. Nice. Thank you for that, and thank you for being here. I didn't have any other questions for you, Mr. Paulo. So Judge, did you have questions?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of maybe for you. The renovations, I think, are phenomenal at the Rampart Casino. I mean, the
Suncoast?
Suncoast Casino.
Yeah, we have a beautiful new sports book there at the
sportsbook,
Suncoast.
yeah.
We're redoing the bingo room.
Yeah.
It's really looking beautiful.
And that's, I mean, it's probably too early to tell, but I imagine it's really improving your bottom line, your EBITDA and so forth, right?
Absolutely. We're seeing really positive customer response overall, which is really important. And positive customer response naturally drives revenue.
Yeah, it just goes to show you capital expenditures can be very effective to the bottom line. So,
Absolutely.
William B's, phenomenal,
Yep.
phenomenal restaurant. I
We've-
used to go to the one when it was at the Stardust.
Yep.
And this one's just as good at the Suncoast. So
They did a beautiful
are you-
job with that space.
Are they going to put one in maybe at some of the other properties?
It's always being considered. So our F&B team is just really good at figuring out what works. And we certainly use models that have worked at other places and recreate those experiences, those brands that are known to our customers. Often work well at a number of properties, in addition to the fact that we look at some of the unique characteristics of each of our properties and what food concepts look well. But we've got a good arsenal of really high quality food concepts, and then we implement those working closely with the general managers as they know their customers best.
Oh, sure.
And figuring out what works and stay relevant with what customers are looking for, because that changes over time.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you for that. And Mr. Paulus, the report from Agent Bridges is very clean. Your application's excellent. A lot of work experience here, which I like. So I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
And say hello to your dad.
I will. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Mr. Sindall.
Thank you. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Pauls. Thank
Nice
you,
to meet you.
Stratford, for your presentation. This is my first meeting, and there's just a couple things that were new to me that I wanted to ask you about.
Okay.
I had in your background for military experience, you registered with the Selective Service in 1991. Selective Service in 1991. Do you know what that is? I'd never heard of that.
It's required by the federal law. All men have to apply when they turn 18.
Yes.
Don't get me involved in
No.
the other issues. We slip over into some federal politics, so yes, it's a requirement.
Oh, gotcha. I didn't see that in anybody else's applications, and I just thought, what is that? I didn't know. So, all right. Can you tell me a little bit about your chronic neck and back pain and how you've been able to alleviate that over time and what that's like currently?
Yeah, so I've had quite a lot of punishment on my body. I used to work in the Excalibur, getting jousted off of horses, and participated in some kickboxing and some other activities. However, a few years ago, I had a procedure on my back, and they went in and they removed some stenosis and arthritis in my spinal column to relieve pressure on the nerves, and that's been quite helpful. And then, massage, stretching, cold plunge therapy, sauna, all of the up-to-date latest homeopathic remedies that I've been following.
Yeah, and then as Chairman mentioned, you already were licensed previously, like
Yes,
2019?
yes, ma'am. I was.
And that was as a key employee at another property?
Yes, for the Cannery Casino in North Las Vegas.
Got it. And then in 2016, you mentioned in your presentation, Boyd bought out Cannery.
That is correct.
And how did that change your role at all or change your management over operations, or did you move into a different role, or can you tell me a little bit what that was like?
Sure, yeah. I was the general manager for the cannery when it was acquired, and Boyd decided to retain me in that same position for the Cannery Casino when they did acquire that. And not much changed in the day-to-day operations of the casino itself. It was just getting acclimated to the financial services and shared services operation of a much larger corporation like Boyd.
Got it. And then I'm not familiar, but your dad is involved in the gaming industry, it sounds like. And when did he kind of exit or retire? Was that when Boyd took over or?
Yes, yes. He was one of the partners in Cannery Casino Resorts. So he is the one that was one of the gentlemen that sold the company to Boyd. And after that sale, I think he dabbled with Gaming Today, the newspaper, and sold that. And right now, he currently owns a online promotions company called Engaged Nation.
Got it. Those are all my questions. And yeah, you have a great background, and I wish you the best and continued back-free, neck-free pain life. I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Okerberg, anything else you'd like to add?
Thank you. Just to reiterate our thanks to Agent Bridges for all of her work on the application.
Great. Thank you all. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 4.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank
Good
you.
luck to you.
I
Thank you.
appreciate it.
Madam Secretary, non-restricted 5 was removed from the agenda, so that brings us to non-restricted item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of Scott Butera for finding of suitability as an officer and key employee and for licensure as a manager as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Ms. Vermees.
Good morning, Chair Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of Affinity Interactive. Member Sendall, congratulations on your appointment. Happy to have you sitting up there. The applicant is here with me today, Scott Butera. He is the Chief Executive Officer and President of Affinity Interactive. He also holds positions as manager of Flamingo Paradise Gaming LLC and the Prima Donna Company LLC. Mr. Butera is a seasoned veteran in the gaming industry, following several years as an investment banker in the real estate, lodging, gaming, and leisure industries. He served in top-level executive positions with several gaming companies, including Tropicana Entertainment and MGM. With that, I'll let him come to the podium, and he can tell you more about himself and answer any questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sonia.
Good morning.
Chairman Hendrick, Member Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary, it is an absolute honor to be here today. Also nice to be in Boulder City. I haven't been here in a while, and it's quite a nice town, so appreciate being in this location. As mentioned, I'm Scott Butera. I'm the President and Chief Executive Officer of Affinity Gaming. I've been in the gaming business for approximately 30 years. As mentioned, I started my career as an investment banker on Wall Street, always working with lodging, gaming, leisure companies. Realized I loved the business. That's why I was involved in banking it for so long. Excuse me. And started my career basically involved in restructuring and turning around large gaming companies. The first opportunity I had was with Trump Entertainment in the early 2000s. Excuse me. From there, I moved on to Tropicana. I also worked for 5 years at Foxwoods, turning that property around. I was involved in media at Fubo TV, where I helped start a sportsbook operation. I was also involved at MGM, excuse me, as the president of their interactive group, where we actually, I worked on the formation of what is now BetMGM. And about 2 years ago, joined Affinity, originally as the president of the Daily Racing Form, which is our media company, and became president of Affinity in April.
Pleasure having you here.
Thank you.
And I know you've been investigated and licensed by the Nevada Gaming Commission on several occasions. So your background and your investigation was very easy to get through, but it's always a pleasure to have you here in front of the board and tell a little bit about your most recent history. So I appreciate that as well. Tell us a little bit about what's going on out at Prim.
Yeah, will do. First thing is, reason I'm at Affinity is we have some really great historic assets. In addition to Prim, I mentioned the Daily Racing Form that's been around for about 130 years. We also have nice assets that have history to them in the Midwest. and certainly here in Nevada. But Primm is a very special place. Primm has been around for decades. It was the gateway to Las Vegas from people traveling from Los Angeles. It was originally designed really to be a destination resort for that community. Now there are plenty of casinos in Los Angeles and in Nevada, obviously. So the idea is to basically reposition Primm. One of the great assets it has is it has about 50,000 cars that pass by it every day. So how can we create an experience that is highest and best use for a more transient community than a more destination community? So we have some really cool things going on there. You might, if you drive by it, you might see there's construction of what will be a 100-foot by 60-foot marquee sign that will help draw attention to the property and bring people into the property. We're going to be expanding our travel center businesses that will, again, cater to that community. We're looking at food and beverage options. We've replaced approximately 12% of our slot machines there. Our company as a whole has about 3,200 slot machines. We've replaced about 400 of them as part of a new plan to reinvigorate the properties. We've added significantly to our senior management team. We've added positions that previously didn't exist, like head of gaming. We've added player development positions, new marketing positions, business intelligence positions. So we're undergoing quite a change, all for the better. And Primm is a property that we're really excited about. We have a great relationship with the Primm family, who owns the majority of the land out there. It's about 200 acres. We own about 15 of them. But we work very well with the family, and the whole idea is how can we position Primm to take advantage of what's going to happen in the next 10 years. What you see now is kind of harkens to the last 2 decades, and now we're looking at what do we do to make it a better fit for the upcoming decades.
Thank you for that update, and very happy to hear about your commitment for doing so much more for that area. It's an important area, as you said, for between the 2 states here. So glad to hear that you're putting some investment in human capital and obviously CapEx into the area.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I also understood that your Primm Resort and other hotels in Southern Nevada offered discounted rates when we had the devastating fires in California. Is there anything you can add about that?
No, obviously we were quite moved by what happened in Southern California. Obviously, it was quite tragic and devastating. So whatever we could do to help that community, we offered discounted rates. And also what we found is we waived any fees associated with pets. You know, a lot of families, when they get displaced from their homes, obviously have pets to take care of. I have 2 dogs. I love them more than anything in the world. So that was a great thing that we could do, and we were happy that people came and took advantage of it.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Any updates you can give us on Silver Sevens? Is there any plans for that?
Yes. So Silver Sevens, we've hired a new general manager there. We've invested in our slot product there. We've invested in our pool experience there. We're doing some room renovations. You know, one of the nice things about Silver Sevens is its location being right between the airport and the convention center. So we're starting to develop some rooms that will cater to that crowd midweek. We're looking at a new food and beverage option for our 2nd floor. And we have quite a bit of land there for that area. So we're also looking at maybe some expansion of food and beverage there as well.
Wonderful. Thank you for all the updates. As I said, based on you having been investigated and licensed on multiple occasions, just pleased to have you here and hear about what you and the company are doing. And I'm very happy to support your applications today.
Well, I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to recognize Senior Agent Brad Bernard. I've been through numerous investigations throughout my career, and I want to say that he handled it as professional as I've ever been through. He was a gentleman throughout the whole process, very thorough, but in an honorable way, and I want to give a special recognition to him.
Thank you for that. Judge Assad, questions from Mr. Butera?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Mr. Butera, nice to have you here in person.
Thank you.
You were born in Boston?
I was, yes.
Where?
I was actually born in Boston, and then I moved to the North Shore, a town called Gloucester.
I know
at the time a fishing town.
Yeah, I know it well. I know it well. So you were down in the city of Boston, born right in the
city of Boston. That's right. Yeah.
Where's your Boston accent?
My dad stole it.
But don't come around me during a Red Sox or Patriots game.
Okay. Well, you got my vote right there. So Red Sox,
Yeah.
Patriots, and you love dogs.
Yeah, I
Doesn't
actually
get any better than that.
I had the opportunity to travel with the Red Sox during the 2013
Really?
World Series season, and was part of that team's win. So it was a great moment for me.
Yeah, well, I remember 04
Yep.
and 07, I believe.
Yeah.
And I always tell people I'm ready to die now. The Red Sox won the World Series.
Yeah.
So
When
up.
when they won the American League Championship the year after they had just lost it, I actually watched Game 7 in George Steinbrenner's box with Donald Trump and a number of celebrities, and I was like, "Can I be in this box?" And this game is God gonna strike me down, but.
I bet that was an experience.
Yeah, it was. We never thought we would ever win anything until that day.
Yeah, well, I think I'll be dying a happy man now because I know the Red Sox have won at least one.
Yeah, they need to
And,
spend some money this year, though.
And actually, for sure. Yeah. Why get rid of Mookie Betts? I can't figure that one out. But I think in the last, 15 years or so, they've actually won more than the Yankees.
Yeah.
So that's our claim to fame now.
Yeah, exactly.
Your background's excellent. Phenomenal education. NYU, Master of Business Admin, Bachelor of Arts, undergrad in economics from Trinity College. Extensive work history. No concerns, nothing here out of line. So I'm ecstatic to support your application.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Member
welcome.
Assad.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here today. Did you start with an interest in more of the sports betting side, or how did you kind of get more into that over your career?
Kind of evolved a little bit. So, when I started as a banker, I was actually in real estate, and then real estate became lodging, and then it became retail and shopping centers. And how I actually chose to get in the gaming business was actually all the businesses I liked under one roof. You think about a casino and you have 20 some odd businesses, right? So that's how I got involved. And sports betting, really throughout most of my career only existed, here in Nevada in a small way. And then when PASPA got repealed, I was asked by MGM to come and head up the initiative to start sports betting at MGM by, at the time, the CEO, James Muir. And Jim and I had served on the board of trustees at Trinity College for a number of years. We'd known each other throughout our professional lives, and asked me to come and do that. And that's really how I got involved in sports betting. And then after MGM, streaming company Fubo TV, you might have seen, they just basically were purchased by Disney, wanted to start an integrated sports book and TV, streaming TV service. We did that. We actually got licensed in 13 states. We had a product that was actually up and running in New Jersey, and then the streaming business we became a very tough business, and company kind of got in a little bit of financial trouble, and they had to sell our division to basically save the company. Or help the company, I should say. That's how I got involved in sports betting.
And then you have kind of concurrent employment with, is it Daily Racing Form as well?
Yeah, Daily Racing Form is actually a subsidiary of Affinity Gaming. So it's really a media company. We are the foremost authority on thoroughbred horse racing. We provide, actually Nevada is Las Vegas is one of our bigger towns for business. I think 20% of our businesses here. We have about 90% of the sports books that we sell. Our Daily Racing Form is actually a newspaper. If you were at a track, you'd see people reading it. But where our growth is, it's really an online business. So we have an e-commerce business, kind of like a Bloomberg machine for people that handicap horse racing. You can go in, just tons of historical data that you can manipulate. You can simulate races. You can watch videos. It's a heck of a product that we're really proud of.
Great. Those are my only questions, and happy to support your application, and thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
So where's Bonnie and Clyde's car?
It's at Prem in Buffalo Bills.
It's in Buffalo Bills.
Yeah,
Okay.
you should go see it. It's pretty cool.
Good. Good. All right. Glad to
A lot of
see
bullet
there.
holes in it.
All right. Wonderful. Again, happy to support your application. And as the judge said, big Boston fan here. So you got one vote already. So
thank you.
Pleasure having you here.
One thing I would like to say is, when I moved here in 2006, I brought my, at the time, wife and 3 small children. And, coming from Connecticut, it was at the time considered almost like kind of a brave move, right? Like, what are you doing? And I can say that they all went on to have tremendous educations here in Nevada. They're all very successful. We lived a great life, and it's because of folks like yourself that created an environment in this town that Las Vegas is what it is today. It was nothing like this when I first got here, and because of the work that you and others like you do, it created an environment for all of us to have a very successful, happy, and enjoyable life. So I appreciate that.
Thank you, and the same for our families, all up here, that people like you in the industry create the ability for our families to have tax money and schools and everything that goes along with it. So if it wasn't for the industry, you wouldn't need us up here regulating it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would entertain a motion then on Mr. Butera's application, non-restricted item number 6.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks, and thank you for those kind words. I would move to recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of non-restricted agenda item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Good luck to you. Thank you. Bringing us to non-restricted item number 7.
Non-restricted number 7 are the applications of Timothy Rambo for licensure as a key employee as noted on the agenda.
Good morning, Mr. Giordano.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Member Judge Assad, Member Sendall, Madam Secretary. For the record, Greg Giordano, firm McDonald Crono, appearing on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Tim Rambo to my right. He is applying, as Madam Secretary read in the record, as for licensure as general manager, as a key employee, specifically again, general manager, the 3 properties listed on the agenda, which are all owned and operated, I should say, under the auspices of Jet Gaming LLC. With your permission, I'd like to ask Mr. Rambo to provide you with a brief summary of his background and experience, and we'll be happy to take questions after that.
Great. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rambo.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you very much. Sorry, kind of nervous. Honored to be here. First time I've ever done this. Kind of go back on myself, born and raised in Montana, grew up on a farm, turned 20, got 2 years of college and thought, I know everything in the world. I'm going to Vegas. I had $50 in my 79 car, and I showed up here. I've learned a lot since then. I started at Sam's Town in 1988, became a slot floor person, became a lead, became a shift manager, assistant slot manager, slot director. Then when Boyd at Sam's Town decided they were going to kind of oversee the El Dorado and Joker's Wild properties, they had me go out there as a regional director. At some point in there, I guess I became the Mr. Fix-It kind of guy. And they asked me to go and help set up the mega bingo rooms in Suncoast, Sam's Town, and Gold Coast. And I guess I did a pretty good job there because at some point after that, I took over the bingo room at Sam's Town. I wasn't sure how it happened, but it just kind of did. So that's kind of my background there. I then went out to Mesquite. The 2 properties out there were kind of in trouble at the time. Went out there, redid the slot floor, took over bingo, took over Keno, did the gaming areas. At some point, I took over engineering, which my wife found very funny because I'm not a good fix-it guy, but I can ask the right questions and get it going. Became the GM out at that property. A little bit after that, I went out to the AV in Laughlin, another property that was in dire straits. Within my first 4 months out there, put in a new slot system, completely redid the whole floor, brand new game setups on the machines. And within a year and a half, we had, not only were we successful, but we had the tribe out of debt. So that was something I was really proud of doing there. From there, I went back to Boyd Gaming, went to the Orleans for a little bit in Gold Coast, went out to the Sun Coast, took over slots out there and bingo there, and was part of the team that led Suncoast back to one of the largest numbers we've ever made as a company. So a lot of success there. I then went to Terrible's Gaming. They asked me to come in as the director of operations. Took over that aspect. At one point, they asked me, can you go out to Pahrump, help them with the property, get them up to speed on gaming regulations, get their policies and procedures in place, and get everything running smooth out there. A little bit later, the GM quit at Indian Springs. They said, hey, how would you like to go out there? I said, well, absolutely. And so I went out to Indian Springs. My goals out there is just getting the property up to speed, getting brand new games on the floor, putting in a marketing plan that utilizes the slot system and gives value back to our customers to drive revenues. And at some point, the Searchlight GM quit, and they said, well, how would you like to go out there? And I said, well, absolutely, I'll go out there. So that's kind of what I've been doing is working at mostly the Indian Springs and Searchlight properties, getting them up to speed, getting the latest, greatest games out there. Trying to be first to market, competing with these big companies that, usually get stuff before we do. So that's really been my goal, is just to get everybody trained, get everybody up to speed on policies, regulations, getting them to a point where they can be successful, which then takes a lot of stress off of me because I know what they're doing and I know that they're thinking the right way and making the right, giving the right answers and doing the right things the right way. So most of the time I spend with my wife. I got 3 kids, 32, 30, 26. And I'm very blessed that my kids actually love to hang around with us. So, a lot of older kids, they don't want to be around their parents, but it's really nice. We get to hang out with them. Boston Red Sox fan since I was little, so hopefully that gets me some value points there. Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm a Dallas Cowboy through and through. I noticed there's an eagle down at the end, so. Yeah. And then once I got to Vegas and the Knights came, so I kind of rounded it out. So if you see my tattoo on my arm, I've got all 3 of them right here. So, but that's pretty much my background.
Nice. Thank you very much. Pleasure having you with us here today. And as you said, you've been involved in the gaming industry for a long time, and I didn't have any questions or concerns about your background. We have a very detailed investigation report. I did want to ask you, though, as you said, you've got 3 properties now, and how much driving time are you having to put in on a daily or weekly basis?
Well, I drive every day, so I'm going out to one of the properties every day. I try to get 2 days in Searchlight, 2 days in Indian Springs because I'm the GM there. In Pahrump, I usually try to do 1 day a week. If I have to go out there more, I go out there more. I've had emergency calls that, I'm going to bed at 10 o'clock and we've got a problem and I'm on the road and I'm out there at the property by midnight, 1 o'clock, taking care of problems. So basically whatever it takes. Like I said, my goal, the way I handle myself is I document everything. I get my policies, my procedures. I get everything documented. I work with my teams. We make good plans. And then I train them and I give the authority to make things happen. I do talk to them a lot on the phone. We go back and forth about every major decision or any kind of concerns that they have. I tell them I'd rather have you wake me up in the middle of the night than let something go and take a while to get fixed or get going in the right direction. So I work with my team to try to build them up. I'm hoping that a couple of them at some point will take over as GM in my place. But that's kind of the way that I work. I try to make things better. I've always been from the standpoint, I can't move up and I can't be promoted if I didn't build a solid team before me. So.
How many direct reports do you have?
I've got 2 casino managers and I've got 1 GM that I assist with out in Pahrump.
Mm-hmm. And they run the day-to-day operations when you're not there?
Yeah. Yes.
Good. Do you feel like you're being stretched too thin to stay over 3 properties and drive back and forth?
I think we've got a good method going where we've got good communication, where I've got them calling me and talking to me a lot. That takes a lot of the pressure off. At times, yeah, it can be a little, like when you're getting ready to go to bed at 10:30 and you get a phone call, it's like, okay, now I got to drive 60 miles to go out there and do something. But I don't have a problem with it. I think my team works well. And like I said, we really interact a lot and discuss policies and procedures and what ifs and how we think through, I try to teach them how to think through a problem. I always call it, you drop it through the filter. You take the problem up here, you put it through the filter and you ask all these questions, and at the bottom, hopefully you get the right answer. So that's kind of how I do that. But yeah, the driving's a little much, but got to do what you got to do.
You said you're big on policies and procedures. Who's
Yes.
in charge of being sure that Nevada gaming compliance is properly handled?
Well, I work with Yana from our compliance department. She oversees that. We put that together. I've got my boss, Mark Bennett. There's an MGM guy, nice background in gaming from different places, different states. So we go through that and make sure we've got all the right policies and procedures, that we meet everything. And really my background at Boyd, I was generally the person that they came through for, well, let's say when Reg 6A was in, every time that we lost a trainer, they came to me and asked me, would you do training? So then I would take over training until they hired the new person. So I've got a big background in that. Part of like when I went through bingo and through the slot department, you know, it was always my job to write the internal controls, work with the compliance people, make sure that we had all the policies and procedures meeting what gaming requires, and then how we operate, you know.
You talked about, you're also the director of gaming operations for Jet Gaming. How much time per week does that take?
Not a whole lot. It's more of a title. I think it more helps me as far as helping out with Pahrump. I don't do a whole lot at the corporate office. Originally I was supposed to have an office there, but they since with everything that happened at the different properties, they just said, let's keep you at the properties. So
Great. Appreciate it. Thank you for that. And again, pleasure having you here today.
thank you. Appreciate that.
Judge Assad, questions?
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Not really. Everything's pretty tight here. Excellent report from Kyle Gaudet under the supervision of David Bradford and Deputy Chief Nathan Allen. They did a really good job. Your work experience is excellent. No concerns, no issues. I'm more than happy to support your application.
Thank you very much.
Sendall.
Thank you for being here today. It sounds like Terribles is very lucky to have you and that you are the go-to person.
Well, I hope so. I really, you know, when I was at Samstown and I got the slot department fixed and working well, and then they started giving me all these other things. Like they said, well, the booth isn't working. We had 23 booths. And then they said, well, take over the vaults. And then they said, you know, take over bingo. And I was like, oh, I don't like this. I want to stay in my happy little world. But then I thought, you know, I'm actually kind of good at fixing stuff. So.
Well, good on you. It sounds like you're a curious person and you're able to go out there and be very helpful and useful and resourceful for the companies that you work for. And I know you're putting a lot of miles on your car getting to all your properties.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully you've got a good audiobook or playlist or something.
Yeah, well, I get on my Sirius radio and try to find a good channel. So.
Okay. And then your wife also works in gaming. So do you guys
Yeah,
get
she
to-
works for Aristocrat.
You guys get to talk shop. Does she?
A little bit. You know, she'll come to me and say, you know, hey, I'm having this problem with the system. How do you as an operator think this should work? And we'll go back and forth on stuff. And most of the time she agrees with me. There was one time she didn't, but she later found out I was right. So she had to come back.
Got that on the record, so that's good. No, I'm happy to support your application. It's very thorough and, you know, looks like you had some adversity you dealt with in your personal life. It's very admirable. Good on you. And I wish you nothing but the best moving forward.
Thank you.
Support.
Yeah, and obviously this application is for you to be a key employee and definitely sounds like you are a key employee at these 3 locations. So very happy to support your application today.
Thank you very much.
Great. Judge, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Hendricks. I move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes.
Thank you
In
very much.
closing, I want to thank Board Agent Kyle Gaudet for his assistance to the application. He's very professional and he's good to work with, and we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giordano.
Kyle
Good luck
was
to you.
excellent to work with. So
Great.
Great young man.
Thank you, Mr. Rambo.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please read in the next item.
Non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Balamuragan Ganasan for finding of suitability as a manager and or key executive as noted on the agenda.
Good
Hello.
morning, Mr. Gutwall.
Dennis Gutwall with the law firm at McDonald Toronto. With me is Balamuragan, Balaganasan. And with your permission, I'm going to let Bala just tell you a little bit about himself and we'll go from there.
Thank you.
Welcome on board.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, and Madam Secretary. My name for the record is Balamuragan Ganesh, and you can just call me Bala, it'll be easier for everyone. And I appreciate the opportunity to be here for your consideration of Nevada gaming license application. I'm also joined with my counsel, Dennis Goodwell, and Justin Moore, CEO of Mesquite Gaming, and Dick Tomaso, who's the VP of Government Affairs. We also call him Chief, for everyone who's familiar with him. So a little bit of my background. I'm currently the managing director within Oaktree's Special Situations Group since 2017. Some of you might already be familiar with my coworkers who've been here before. Oaktree is a global investment firm headquarters in Los Angeles, California. My group specializes in private equity investments with a growing focus in the gaming sector. So in my role, I'm responsible for, at Oaktree, establishing strong governance framework within our portfolio companies, building top-tier leadership teams to drive operating excellence, and developing and executing on strategic and operating plans to maximize commercial and financial performance. I work closely with the management team and the board of directors to ensure the long-term success of our investment in the companies we invest in. So a little of my personal background, I think, was in the records, but I was born and raised in Singapore. And after serving as an army officer in the Singapore Armed Forces, I pursued my college education in the US. I got a mechanical engineering degree from Purdue University in 2001. And then I began my career as an engineer at Dell Technologies in Austin, Texas, before I went back to grad school, completing my master's in mechanical engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Cambridge in 2004. So after MIT, I joined McKinsey & Company as a management consultant in 2004, where I worked across West Coast and Chicago offices and all over the world. My focus was energy, technology, manufacturing, but towards the end, I started doing more consumer and consumer retail and was one of the firm's recognized experts in that topic. And then after that, McKinsey also sponsored me for an MBA. So I went and did my MBA at INSEAD and the Wharton School of Business. Following McKinsey, I led corporate strategy at Mattel in El Segundo and Kimberly-Clark in Irving, Texas. And then following that, I was a corporate officer, VP at Yum Brands within the Taco Bell division, where we led a lot of significant transformation work across the 8,000 restaurants there. So currently, my role, I oversee value creation across several portfolio companies, including our gaming investment at Mesquite Gaming and Interblock. At Interblock, I serve as the interim COO, overseeing global operations. And then at Mesquite, I play a non-executive role guiding operational improvement and transformation effort at Virgin Rivers and Casablanca. As you know, I mean, it's a major transformation there. And Oaktree is extremely fortunate to have Justin Moore as our CEO and with his exceptional leadership skill, including Chief, as I mentioned, both are present today. So with the team there, we have invested over $25 million in phase one to elevate, customer experience of the property. That includes at Casablanca, expanding the gaming floor. We have over 200 new machines there, 22 non-smoking video poker machines. We have a new showroom there with 6 new 85-inch monitors, state-of-the-art sound system, new carpeting. We have a new fitness center. We have a new central bar called the Sky Bar. If you haven't been to Mesquite, I think, it's definitely worth a visit. I mean, it's a very strategic location. It's right at the gateway of Arizona and Utah on I-15 there. So we are playing a major ambassador role to visitors coming to the state. So, that's just, the first phase. We have a lot more going on there. So my role there is to work with the management team hand in glove in terms of the effort we are doing there. So I have deep appreciation for the high ethical, moral, professional standards upheld by the Nevada Gaming Board. I understand this is instrumental in maintaining the state's reputation as a global leader in gaming. And I am fully committed to upholding these expectations. And lastly, I'd like to thank the gaming investigator, in this case was Alyssa Thompson. She was extremely thorough, at the same time, very professional and respectful and very patient in dealing with me. So highly appreciative. Would like to thank board members and everyone here as well for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ganason. Extremely well put together presentation. You answered, I think, almost all of my questions. I was interested at your role both with Interblock and Mesquite and how you juxtapose those two. Is it really separate duties or is it all the same thing when you're working on behalf of Oak Tree and Mesquite Gaming combined?
Yeah, thank you, Chairman, for the question. I mean, it's separate. I think this is a short answer, but at the same time, they are pretty integrated in the sense where we do have interblock products in Mesquite and vice versa. I think just to get the feedback from the customers so I could bring it back to customers and the service team. And in this case, when I say customers, both Justin and the management team, but also the end customer, and bring it back to interblock and say how we can improve operations for ourselves there.
Yeah.
So it's a two-way street in a sense.
How often have you had to go out to Mesquite? Is this a regular travel or most of it is done remote?
I'll say the second half of last year, I was in Vegas pretty much every week. Out of which I'll say maybe once a month I'll be in Mesquite. The rest of the 4 weeks I was in Interblock in Vegas.
Yeah, wonderful. Very good. Based on your background and education, I have no concerns at all with your application. Very happy to support it and very happy to hear about your education and how it's evolved into a gaming career. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank
Yeah,
you, Chairman.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. MIT, that's it, man. That doesn't get any better than that. You got my vote. You know what? Have you ever seen that movie Good Will Hunting?
I did.
But you know, they say the smart guys go to Harvard, but the wicked smart guys go to MIT.
That's right. I remember watching that show. I mean, I got, as I said, I got lucky and fortunate to get in.
No, you don't get in there on luck. You don't get in there on
It's
luck.
definitely humbling to be, in that school and just being in that city. I've been to Fenway Park a few times as well.
Nice. I grew up there. What part of Cambridge did you like the best? Any fun spots?
I like the where the Italian city is, where all the restaurants are by the bay, the
Yeah.
aquarium.
Yeah,
I like
yeah.
that area. But I mostly hang around Cambridge, Central Square.
Yeah,
That's great.
Legal seafood? You ever
Legal
go there?
seafood is my favorite. The
There you
chowder is
go.
great.
There you go. So, yeah, your resume is really spectacular and the agent did a phenomenal job. There's no concerns, no issues, no questions at all. You're eminently qualified and I'm thrilled to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Member Sandal.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Am I correct? You're the interim COO
Correct.
for Interblock?
Correct, ma'am. Yes.
And that's still the current status of that, or?
That's current status. I mean, as you know, the role is not easy to, find the right candidates because of non-compete and just what's going on in terms of the industry and the requirement. But, we're actively looking for a replacement.
You're not interested in staying long-term in that role?
I would love to. It's just, my role is with Oak Tree. So this is like kind of, I would say moonlighting, but, I'm
Yeah.
spending a lot of time there.
Got it. Good way to put it. A lot of my questions were answered earlier by the fellow board members and chairman, but can you or someone that's with you give us an update on the recent Interblock Live Smart Table games that were introduced?
Yes, I could give a little bit of update, and then we also have smart games at Mesquite, and I think it'd be good for maybe Justin to come by, the CEO of Mesquite, to kind of give a little bit update on how's it going on there. The Live Smart game, is a game changer for us. I think that was released during the G2E of previous year. It's a way of allowing the dealers to do what they do best, which is kind of play their role, but use the automation to help them to elevate the experience of the customers here. So we have rolled that out, blackjack, craps and all that, and we are, getting feedback and we are constantly improving. So yeah, I'll say that the main update is, we roll it out, we are learning more, and we are finding out ways to kind of expand more as well. But Justin will have some feedback on what he's seeing from the Mesquite property.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members. Feels like yesterday I was in front of you getting my key license approved, so it's great to be in front of you again. Just to give additional color on the Interblock Smart Pit, we have that at the Virgin River property. We've had it now for about 6 months, and what it allows us to do is efficiently spread the games at the property in whole. So where we used to have Judge, as you know, on craps, you need to have, the 4 dedicated members of that game. Now I can go to just one dealer on a craps game. And that really allows us to have a full spread of our other live games, because out in Mesquite, sometimes getting dealers is a challenge for us. We would love to have more, spread more, but with the Smart Pit, we can actually open up more games. And then our guests over at Virgin River are a bit of a younger crowd, and they seem to gravitate more to the Smart Pit. So we have 2 of the blackjack units as well as the roulette there. And on the weekends, it's a hot ticket. It's a great seat. So certainly happy to partner with Interblock as our sister company to give them feedback and continue to evolve that product. But so far, so good.
Thank you for that explanation. I don't have any more questions, Mr. Ganasan. I appreciate you being here. Wish you best of luck.
And thank you, Mr. Moore, for being here and filling us a little bit in on what's going out on Mesquite and the crossover with Interblock. That's a real good corporate synergy. And Mr. DiTomaso, thank you for being here today as well to support Mr. Ganasan's application. Mr. Gutwald, anything else you'd like to add?
Just thank you to Agent Alyssa Thompson. That was a pleasure working with her. Very detailed.
Great, thank you. I would entertain a motion then on non-restricted item number 8.
Yes, I'll make that motion. Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I would move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. Good luck to you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you. Bringing us to our last non-restricted item, right, Madam Secretary?
Correct. Non-restricted number 9 is the application of Najam Khan for licensure as a key employee at Treasure Island LLC, doing business as Treasure Island.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Hendrick, Judge Assad, Member, how do we pronounce it? Sendall, and Madam Secretary. Pleasure to be before you on this matter. Steve Cohen and Stan Johnson, law firm of Cohen Johnson, on behalf of Treasure Island LLC and Najam Khan individually. To my left is Mr. Khan. Rather than me get into any of his background, I think Najam could state it better than I ever could. So with that, I would turn it over to Mr. Khan.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Hendricks, Chairman Hendricks, Member Assad, Member Sandal, Madam Secretary. Good morning. I'm gonna give you all my background. I started with Holiday Inns at the front desk at LaGuardia Airport. I was there for almost 8 years, and I did food and beverage, accounting, audits. I learned all the hospitality business over there. And then I got transferred to New Orleans as the general manager of a holiday property that came back in the system. I don't know what the reason was, but I was there for about a couple of years. And then I got transferred over. That's where I had my first baby, my first boy. And then I got transferred over to Los Angeles to Convention Center, Holiday Inn. I was there for about a couple of years over there. And then I got transferred over to Brentwood Bel Air, Holiday Inn. I was there for about a few years. And then Holiday Inn was bought out by Bass Corporation. So we were given a package. So I decided to open up an Italian restaurant called Fiamma, myself and my friend. We did really well until we got hit with the '94 earthquake. The restaurant was totally destroyed, and we had to file for bankruptcy for that. After that, luckily, I met some few people with Intercontinental Hotel overseas. I got hired by them, so I went over for 3 years, and I worked at the Intercontinental Hotel in Islamabad, Pakistan, and at the Marriott, Karachi Marriott. Then I sent my resume over to a regional director of Marriott in Frankfurt, Germany. I said, I have to get back to States. I have little kids. So, and he passed that resume over to all the Marriott franchisees and the corporate office. And then I got called by Mr. Phil Ruffin. So I was hired by Phil Ruffin, and I've been with Mr. Ruffin for the last 30 years. I worked at Long Beach Marriott for since 1996. Then I got transferred over to the Frontier Hotel and Casino. And at Frontier Hotel and Casino, I was there till 2004, from 1998 to 2004. And then after that, we basically sold the Frontier Hotel Casino. I'm sure you all know about that. I was transferred from Frontier Hotel Casino to Crystal Palace Casino in Bahamas. I was there till 2006. We sold that property. So Mr. Ruffin asked me to go back to Long Beach Marriott and look at the renovation that we're doing at the Marriott Hotel. Then in 2009, Mr. Ruffin bought the Treasure Island Hotel and Casino. And then he brought me back into Treasure Island Hotel and Casino. I've been with Mr. Ruffin for the last 30 years. He's a great boss, takes good care of you. So, Lebanese. So, we work very well together. We discuss a lot of business, what we have to do, what to improve the business, renovation and all that. So it's great to work with Phil Ruffin.
That's great. Thank you for being here, Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
Thank you for telling us a little bit about your history in gaming and in hospitality. You've been with, as you said, Treasure Island in this role now for quite some time. How has the role changed since 2009?
The role really has not changed, but Mr. Ruffin has asked me to apply for the gaming license. So that's why I basically applied for gaming license. We look at, it's the same role. I'm the general manager. Larry Keith is casino manager. But it was time to apply for the license, and that's why I'm here.
How many direct reports do you have to you?
22 directors.
22, yeah, great. And how many hours a week do you spend working? You live on property, so
live
it's
on property.
24/7, but how many are supposed to be working hours and versus
I
non-working?
think I work pretty much 7 days.
Yeah.
I'm there Saturdays, and then, Mr. Ruffin is there Saturdays. So we go through everything on a daily basis, talk about business, talk to the key employees that we have, and see what we can do to improve customer service and the business itself.
Great. That's the interesting thing about a 24/7 business, right?
Yeah.
It's always morning or afternoon for some shift.
Absolutely.
Yeah, great.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, pleasure being here, and based on your many years here in Nevada's gaming industry and your background in hospitality and the hotel industry and the rest of our file we have on you and your investigation, I'm very happy to support your application today.
Thank you so much.
Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendricks. Yes, thank you for being here, Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you in person. Your resume is very impressive. Your work experience is beyond stellar. I was just wondering, is there any movement on the Circus potential sale?
No, nothing.
Not yet, huh?
Not yet.
Does Mr. Ruffin have any plans to do any expansion or further development on the north end of the strip?
He's always looking for assets. Always looking.
Yeah,
So
that's going to be a prime location.
yes.
You got the Fountain Blue across the street.
Yeah, we
and,
got 102
Sahara.
acres. We have 102 acres.
Yeah, I mean,
It's a great location.
Absolutely. Look forward to maybe a basketball arena being there or something.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, I'm an NBA fan. So
Are you really?
of course.
Okay.
Boston Celtics. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. My boys are in hockey, though.
I like the Bruins too.
I like LA Kings.
There you go. There you go. So, yeah, your application is great. The agent did a fabulous job of presenting it to us. So I'm happy to support your application, and please say hello to Mr. Ruffin
I
for
will
me.
definitely will.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. I was informed by your counsel that I should call you Haji. Is that okay?
That is correct. You can call me Haji.
I'm just messing. I just had to, and nobody else.
No,
said
you
it,
can
so.
call me Haji because you won't call me Haji.
I agree with my colleagues. Everything looks good. Hearing you talk, I mean, this sounds like, is this your version of retirement? Is this what retirement looks like for you?
That's exactly right. I'm just gonna stay with Treasure Island and see what happens.
Gotcha. No, it seems like you love it and you do a
I
great
love it.
job and you
I
have a
really
great
do. I
relationship
really
with,
do. Yeah.
everybody. I did note, I think at this point in the materials, I was hungry and I noted that there's a frozen yogurt stand at Treasure Island. So is it any good? Do I need to go
It's
visit?
doing
that?
really well. We're always looking for new things. We're looking at developing new concept restaurants. We're doing major upgrade in the rooms plumbing.
Oh.
After the COVID, we had little issues. We're spending almost $33 million in fixing all that. So always looking to improve the property.
It sounds like you're there to stay for
Yes.
long term.
Yes.
Well, thank you. I
Thank
enjoyed
you.
reading your material and I look forward to seeing what you do next and happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Tell us who's in charge of compliance with Nevada gaming laws and regulations at
We
the
have a
property.
compliance team.
Yeah, how big is that?
It's about 10 to 12 people.
Is there a separate anti-money laundering group, compliance group separate from that, or is that included?
No, that's including.
Yeah.
And our attorney is there too. Derek Keith is there too. And all the directors
Good.
in the casino. Yes.
And they all go through AML training, including yourself?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is correct.
Is that annual basis?
I've not gone to the AML training yet, but I will. But it's on annual basis. That is correct.
Good. Glad to hear it. That's obviously an important topic for us and
Right.
important topic for the federal government.
Right.
And we always want to be sure that all licensees are following all federal, state, and local
Oh,
laws.
absolutely.
So that's a
Absolutely.
big one to keep on the top of your list.
Yes, sir.
Wonderful. Great. Well, again, pleasure having you here and reading and learning and hearing about your background. And Mr. Cohen and Mr. Johnson, pleasure to have both of you gentlemen here with us today as well. Again, happy to support your application.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Judge Assad, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, be my pleasure. I move that we recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of non-restricted agenda item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion
Thank you.
passes.
I do want to thank Brian Kenny, the investigator, and Chris.
Great.
They did a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I would just like to add Matt Doyle, and a pleasure being before you again.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Madam Secretary, I believe that concludes our 9 a.m. agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and we are scheduled on our agenda for restricted to begin at 1 o'clock. So it's 11:55. We will be in recess until 1 p.m. and start with restricted item number 1 at that time. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record for our 1 p.m. calendared agenda. And our first item of business this afternoon is the consideration of the matters that are on the board's restricted consent agenda. The board's investigative agents have worked up detailed files on each of these agenda items, and reports have been submitted to the board members. No areas of concern or interest were uncovered during the investigations. And because I am not aware of any questions or issues with any of these items, appearances for the respective applicants were waived for today's meeting. Madam Secretary, please read into the record the items on today's restricted consent agenda.
Restricted number 2 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 206 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 4 is the application of Golden Route Operations LLC, doing business as Golden Route Operations, doing business at Cardenas Markets for a restricted gaming license. Restricted number 5 is the application of Crawford Coin, Inc., doing business at Green Valley Grocery number 89 for a waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda.
Judge Assad, did you have any questions or comments regarding the consent agenda items?
I do not.
And Member Sendall, did you have any questions or comments?
I do not, thank you.
All right, then I would entertain a motion on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. With respect to restricted agenda item number 2, I recommend that we we recommend to the Nevada Gaming Commission approval of that restricted agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, with the following condition: that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
And that was the only condition on the consent agenda, correct?
There's, I can do them all.
Okay, go
With
ahead.
respect to number 4, I recommend that we suggest that the Gaming Commission approve that restricted agenda item as read into the record by Secretary Rupert, with that condition as follows: the full-time attendant be 21 years of age or older, must be on duty at all times the machines are available to the public for play. And I recommend that we suggest the approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted agenda item number 5, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert, with the following condition: that the waiver of the provisions of the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in August 2024 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in August of 2025.
Thank you, Judge. And for the record, regarding restricted number 5, the request for a waiver of 4.080 regulation is reasonable based on the fact that there were some construction delays we were informed of, and they believe that the opening will happen very shortly. So I am in support of that motion. Madam Secretary?
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sendall?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes. Bringing us to restricted item number 1, Madam Secretary.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of SC Taverns LLC, doing business as Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern for a restricted gaming license, and of Donald Henslick for licensure as a member and manager. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Justin Baca for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Moran.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Judge, newest member, Sendall, Madam Executive Secretary. My name is J.T. Moran. I'm with a law firm of Hutchison and Steffen. That's 10080 West Alta Drive, Suite 200. I'm representing the applicant. I have the pleasure of representing the applicant on this particular item, which is restricted item number 1, R24-0132. SC Taverns LLC, doing business as Mountainside Restaurant and Tavern. That's the business opportunity. Mr. Chairman, as you know, this is not an unknown quantity to you or the board. This item came before your agenda in December of last year. The application now has been reconfigured. The earlier application had a membership, a strategic partnership between Mr. Baca, the son-in-law, and his father-in-law, Mr. Henslick. Again, both applicants are here present. That was a 50-50 JVP where the co-management was shared The membership interest was also shared pari passu, and that has changed today. The update on this is now Mr. Henslick is the 100% manager of the LLC that maintains and preserves the integrity of the asset, which is the bar, 15 machines, restricted location, his first. And he's also a 100% owner and member of the membership interest in that LLC, owning the business interests off of Lake Mead in the city of Henderson. Again, Mr. Henslick is here. He has a brief statement that he would like to read into the record, if that's possible, Mr. Chairman. And the other item too is we were asked by your staff to make sure that Mr. Baca was here present too. He had intended to come anyway and unsolicited. He is a very important part of this bar. He's going to be working very, very hard as he has for the past decade in the bar business, but at this specific location as opposed to multiples for other bar owners here in Nevada. He's here again to answer any questions. He's just excited to be a part of this in whatever shape or form, Mr. Chairman. Having said that, I'd also feel remiss if I didn't say that the investigative staff and the investigatory process was just top tier, best in class. Agent Arlene Martiroshian is, she's just a solid agent. She doesn't leave any stones unturned. Also work with the Deputy Chief Nathan Allen. He's always available, and we really appreciate that. And also, of course, our Chief of Investigations, Carl Hoffman, has been a pleasure to work with as well. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're here. No real affirmative presentation other than that, but again, we're here to answer questions and queries if you feel relevant.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Moran. And Mr. Henslick, please step forward. You had a statement or presentation you'd like to make? Please
Just
feel
statement.
free. Yeah,
Just statement. Thank you, sir.
wonderful. Introduce
Good
yourself.
morning
and-
to all. Just a reminder, I have opened and ran and or owned budget flooring for over 24 years. I think it's important for you to know that budget flooring is in good standings with the Nevada State Contractors License Board, and I have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. Today, I still work 2 days a week at budget flooring. My daughter works the other 4 days a week and runs and manages budget flooring. My daughter is in the process of interviewing people to do the job that I do at the office. So that way I can put 100% of my time into the bar. With that said, I will be running the tavern side by side with my managers, one of them being my son-in-law, Justin Baca. I know having great employees who have the experience in the industry is the backbone to any successful business. Justin, being one of the managers, has over 15 years of experience in this industry. I know at his last job that he managed and ran 4 bars for the previous his previous employment. The other manager is Ruben Chavez. He is another manager, and he has over 10 years experience. I believe with my business experience and my manager's industry experience, we'll be an all-star team. None of us will do anything to jeopardize this opportunity. So we will watch each other's back and maintain the highest standards. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Henslick. Appreciate you being here. And we understand the transaction and how you have now taken over. The intent is you are the 100% owner of the LLC, which will be the owner of this location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And I think when we chatted a couple months ago, you had talked about you were kind of semi-retired at that point. This, I'm guessing, has dragged you back. How many hours a week do you anticipate being at the location?
I'm ready to put 100% of my time into the business. I want it to be successful, and I know how important it is to have somebody there that runs and manages and oversees everything to make sure everything is in compliance with you guys and with the law. So I would be willing to put 100% into my time. Semi-retired, you know what? I work all the time. I always try and stay busy, no matter what I'm doing, whether it's at budget flooring. My daughter does her job so well. When I say I'm semi-retired, it's only because I have nothing to do. When I get there, everything's done. So it's like I guess I'm semi-retired, but you know, it's because she does a great job.
Great. And I know you took our restricted licensee compliance seminar several months ago. So as you mentioned, you understand that the gaming business is highly regulated. There's a lot of laws, a lot of regulations, and we expect the owner to be where the buck stops. You understand that?
Absolutely.
Good, good. How many total employees? You mentioned the two managers. How many total employees are you anticipating?
That's a real good question. 15.
15. Okay, good. All right. Again, when we chatted a couple months ago, had a very thorough background investigation on you and your business history, here running businesses in our community. And so I didn't have any concerns with you being able to run this business. Glad to see that you're going to devote a lot of time to it, and glad to see that you got right people underneath you running the business with you when it gets opened and you get your hands into the dough.
Thank you, sir.
Great. Judge Assad.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. Thanks for being here in person. I don't have any questions. I'm very familiar with the application from the last meeting we had on this. Just wanted to make sure that the $60,000 has been transferred to your son-in-law, and that's
Done right away.
okay, great. That's all I have. So I'm
Yes.
in support of the application.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Henslick. I'm new, so I just started like a week ago. I wasn't at the previous board meeting, so I'm not familiar who Mr. Baca is by face. My understanding he's here. I guess if there we go. That's Mr. Baca. Thank you. And you mentioned the managers being Mr. Baca and Ruben Chavez.
Chavez, yes.
Chavez. Is Mr. Chavez here too?
No, he's not.
He's not. Okay. How do you know Mr. Chavez?
I met him through Justin,
Oh.
and he's going to be managing the kitchen side of the restaurant or the bar.
Mhm.
I think it's very important that you have a kitchen side manager and a front side manager.
Do you know if kind of a little bit more about Mr. Chavez's background working in gaming at all, or?
Well, he's worked at Born and Raised for I think I understand 8 years. And he basically ran their kitchen and got it up to improve the menu, and he's kind of a chef type. So he's worked on the menu, improved the menu, and he basically ran I think they had 4 bars at that time, and he ran all 4 bars and at that bar.
Gotcha. Based on, and I'm not going to go into the entire history, I did read all of the record and the transcript from the previous board hearing. I would like to suggest and see if you're open to, if we had a condition put on place that some sort of a key employee application be filed in relation within maybe 60 days of this being, if this is approved by the commission, to ensure we have somebody who's vetted and who's going to be, kind of at that level of employment and involvement with the business, vetted by the Gaming Control Board. Is that something you'd be open to?
Absolutely, and that's a great thought through the chair to our new member. You'll notice as a matter of housekeeping that there's also an item on the agenda relative to the withdrawal of the application that was submitted by Mr. Baca. And what we were going to throw out there as a possible option is maybe refer Mr. Baca's application as an owner back to staff indefinitely, and perhaps have him reconfigure his application as a key employee application as opposed to an application that would include financial suitability and business probity along with personal suitability and background. But we're happy to do it however you'd like it done, Mr. Chair. And member, I think that's a fabulous suggestion, and we can accommodate that. And you'll also know that the accommodations that staff made for us to turn this application around was nothing short of amazing. To get this item from a December agenda and then on a February agenda, I don't think in all of my years of practice I've seen this type of economy. Again, kudos to your staff. But yes, we can turn that around. We're ready, willing, and able.
Thank you. I wanted to throw that out there, and I'll pass it back to the chairman for further questions.
Thank you, Member Sindall. And yes, Mr. Moran, I appreciate you putting on the record how quickly this got back on an agenda. Sometimes just due to open meeting law requirements, things don't make the next month, but to make 2 months away is a great accomplishment by both your clients working to move fast and, of course, our investigations division to get it back on an agenda. That usually takes a lead time of, what'd you say, Chief, 3 weeks to even make the next month's agenda, right? So appreciate you understanding how quick it was.
It's incredible.
Yeah, great.
Great experience.
And the idea of a key employee application doesn't seem out of line. Mr. Henslick, if you weren't telling me that you were going to be there on a constant basis, a lot of times absentee owners own bars and they just live out of town or they're not available to be there. We almost always require a key employee application in that situation because we want to know who's running the location, who's responsible for the gaming when our agents show up, enforcement, audit, whoever it might be. So a key employee application is certainly reasonable in this situation. To your point, Mr. Moran, referring back Mr. Baca's application and possibly turning it into a key employee application, I would say the only thing that that might do is save the filing fee and the investigation fee. Chief Hoffman, have you seen that scenario where a potential owner's application's referred back and gets transitioned into a key employee or some other type of application?
I've seen, excuse me, Chief Hoffman here. I've seen applications get amended to change from ownership to key employee.
Yeah, I guess the next question would be is, as Ms. Moran stated, the idea would be to hold it indefinitely. We would have jurisdiction over the applicant. And then if it wouldn't be like it's trying to get on into an agenda at any time. Certainly, we ain't going to make 2 months. And I'm guessing your client doesn't want 2 years, but the idea would be that we have an application on file, correct,
Yeah, we
Chief?
would maintain jurisdiction by doing that. Of course, should that application be reactivated, the same background would be conducted, the same level of background would be conducted. So if there were any issues, those issues would still be included in the new investigation or the new report.
Would there be any difference in terms of referring it back, the current application, and trying to transition or convert that into a key employee application versus putting a condition on Mr. Henslick's application for a key employee? The second I know causes a $500 application fee and a $550 investigation fee. If you referred back Mr. Baca's current application, though, would he still owe the 500 plus 550?
I don't think so. I think it's just an amendment of a current application. Barry Chilton will correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that it won't generate a new application fee. It'd be the same application, only amended to incorporate the changes.
That makes sense. Judge, do you have questions about any of that?
No, I think I have it.
Okay. Let's have Mr. Baca step forward, please. Good afternoon, Mr. Baca. Nice to see you again.
You as well, Mr. Chairman. How are you?
Very good. Pleased that you showed up here today. We had a lengthy conversation a couple months ago. I want you to understand, as I stated at that time, that was nothing to do with you personally. And I am very happy to see that Mr. Henslick has been able to move forward with this transaction. And we have all the documentation of what you've done business-wise. So very happy to see that you and your counsel were able to get that into us as quickly as possible. How many hours a week do you anticipate working at the location?
I mean, I would say minimum of 50 as we get started, just to make sure the schedules are correct, inventory is correct, things of that nature.
Good, good. And you just heard this conversation that I had with the chief and your counsel. The idea would be you're asking to withdraw your application. There's a potential of turning that into a key employee application. The other difference would be, Mr. Henslick, and you're welcome to discuss this with your counsel, it doesn't have to be that Mr. Baca is the key employee application. It could be Mr. Chavez or somebody else, but that would have to be on file. Chief, what? Usually we give them 60 days, 90 days to get somebody.
It's a 60 days.
60 days.
Usually.
Yeah. But in this situation, Mr. Henslick, Mr. Baca, Mr. Moran, you're actually suggesting that Mr. Baca be the key employee application if we were to refer this back and transition it into that application. So you lose the opportunity of deciding who the key employee might be.
either way, I think we can comply with the condition that's fabricated, Mr. Chairman. I mean, if it's a new key employee application with a new individual and perhaps investigatory staff isn't super comfortable with the timeframes that have gone by, maybe they want a longer period of time to re-examine Mr. Baca's application, either in the form of a key employee application that perhaps down the road could vest into some sort of a restricted license in Mr. Baca's name. We will make sure to comply with the condition in 60 days. It'll either be Mr. Baca and or the gentleman that was introduced earlier by Mr. Henslick.
Yeah, this is a little bit of new territory, but my guess is what happens, and I don't want to speak for the investigations division, but if Mr. Baca's application was referred back with the understanding that it be converted into a key employee application through applicant services, that my guess is it would not be acted upon. So it would sit in a file cabinet and be available to be taken out of that file cabinet at any time that the Game Control Board so believed was necessary. Does that make sense to you?
No, absolutely,
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman. So perhaps the thought is to perhaps come back within 60 days with an application for key employee of the other individual. Ask the board, Mr. Chair, to take Mr. Baca's application and refer it back indefinitely at this point in time and just move forward with the suitability determination and recommendations of Mr. Henslick's probity at this point in time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of 6 on one hand, half a dozen on the other, unless something were to happen. And then the Game Control Board would lose jurisdiction over Mr. Baca. And I can't speak for my fellow board members. The condition may be that Mr. Baca file a key employee application in 60 days, and then it's not 6 on one hand, it's 12 on one hand.
Yeah, no, that's,
You
yeah, I get
you
it.
get the same result. But
Totally.
happy to consider either one of those. And as I mentioned to Mr. Baca last time, and I will state again today, I'm happy for you to provide for your family. We're certainly never intending for you to lose the opportunity to work in the industry. It's a question of a licensing status. And I want to say for the record that your past should not and will not define your future. So I hope you do come back in several years, as Mr. Moran stated. Maybe there is another opportunity for you to be in a licensing situation. That's not what's before us to hear today. But I want this process to not discourage you from continuing to do good things for you and your family and the community.
Understood. Thank you.
All right. So, Chief, if you had those two options in front of you, referring back the current application as a manager of an LLC, and turning it into a key employee application, which saves $1,050, versus potentially, if the board so chooses, allowing a withdrawal of that application, but then requiring either a key employee application or requiring Mr. Baca to file a key employee application. Would the investigations division have any preference on those three options?
Well, I'm kind of thinking we could do a hybrid thing where you refer Mr. Baca's application back to staff, and he can amend it to a key employee application. At the same time, you put a condition on the license for a key employee filing. The amendment of Mr. Baca's application will satisfy that condition. But should Mr. Baca not want to go forward, or it doesn't work out for him to go forward to go through with key employee licensing, you still have that condition and somebody else can file to satisfy it.
Yeah, I like that. So it's not about Mr. Baca. It's about the location, having a
about the
key employee
location.
application on
Correct.
file
Correct.
within 60 days.
Yeah.
And the first
Yeah.
one might be Mr. Baca.
The only thing, the amendment of the application of Mr. Baca's application will save filing fees for a key employee at this time. And then if there's a change, of course, start with somebody else.
Would that include if the application to be filed within 60 days is not Mr. Baca? If it was somebody else, they would still have to pay.
They would have to
They
start
would have to
fresh.
pay. Good.
Right.
Okay. That makes sense to me. Judge Assad, does that make sense to you?
I think so.
Would Chief Hoffman or our esteemed legal counsel like to draft that up in a potential condition?
Got it right here
Faster than I am.
to the judge.
Perfect. All right. Mr. Moran, does that make sense what Chief Hoffman mentioned?
For sure. Thank you.
Great. So
And then we'll just take the withdrawal off calendar.
it'll be referred back.
Okay. So the withdrawal will be converted to a refer back as stated here.
The request to withdraw, well, I'm thinking
Hold on, we got to be sure we're on the record here.
well,
Yeah.
you still have the referred
Hold on one
back.
second.
You have the original.
Hold on. The court reporter can't hear you. Why don't you, yeah, there you go.
I think if I've got it right, the withdrawal can be not acted upon. And the application that was referred back to staff a few months ago for Mr. Baca to be a member, can be referred back to staff and converted to a key employee application.
Okay.
Does that make sense, Mr. Soft?
Yeah, you're just going to refer back the application and not take action on the request to withdraw.
Okay. Very good. All right, I make a motion that we refer back to staff the application of Mr. Baca, that a key employee application also must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. Is that good?
Be sure I got this right. The referral back is not actually part of the motion. It's understood.
Yeah, there's a referral back and then there's the motion with the key employee condition.
Let me try to break this into two pieces here. I, as the chair, I'm going to refer back the application for licensure as a member and manager, which was requested to be withdrawn by Mr. Baca. I'm simply going to refer that back to staff. So that matter is still pending with the investigations division. Separately, the judge has made a motion for approval of Mr. Henslick's applications with the condition as read into the record. Do you want to read that one more time, Judge?
Yes, move that we recommend approval to the Gaming Commission of Mr. Henslick's application for a restricted gaming license. That's restricted number 1, as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
With the condition that a key employee application be filed within 60 days of the commission approval.
Correct.
Mr. Solms?
Yeah. Correct. I'm trying to make sure I can
think there's
read.
remaining language.
Yeah, I've got it.
Condition.
I've got it right here. I'm just making sure I read the right one.
And a new key employee application be on file within 60 days of any vacancy.
I'll start fresh with
Please.
it. The one we want to use, I think, is a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Right.
Good. So, Judge, you're incorporating Chief Hoffman's recently disclosed language as the condition on Mr. Henslick's license application in front of us today, correct?
That's correct.
All right, Madam Secretary, did you understand that and the court reporter understand that as a motion?
I did.
Very good. We will take it that the court reporter got that all down. Mr. Moran, Mr. Baca, Mr. Henslick, anything else you'd like to add?
Just want to thank you guys again for your hard work, especially the investigating team for your hard work and due diligence in getting this thing done as quick as possible.
Great, appreciate that. Madam Secretary, please call for the vote.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal? Aye. Chairman Hendrick?
Aye, the motion passes.
Thank you all.
Good luck to all of you.
Good luck.
Thank you. And then just to be very clear for the record, the application that was the request to withdraw has just been referred back. So there will be no action taken on that today. Very good. All right, Madam Secretary, what is our next restricted item?
Restricted number 3 is the application of Swami G. Sahai LLC for licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at 7-Eleven store number 25578. It is also the applications of Benu Tekia and Yug Tekia for licensure as a member and manager as noted on the agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donato.
Good afternoon, excuse me. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Jeff Donato, enrolled agent. Here with me today is Mrs. Bainu Takea and Mr. Yug Takea, which is mother and son. And we have a brief presentation, brief summary of the application. With your permission, I'd like to provide that and then allow the applicants an opportunity to provide some information about themselves. And then we'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. This location is an existing convenience store known as 7-Eleven store number 25578 and is located in Clark County at 4151 Boulder Highway, which is in close proximity to Boulder Station Casino. On or about April 18th of 2024, the applicants took over the operations of the store that currently has 5 slot machines. Since the SRO, Century Gaming, held and still currently holds the restricted gaming license, the gaming has been operating under a space lease agreement, and the applicants have been only collecting space lease rent since the time they took over the location. If this application is approved, however, the space lease agreement will convert to a share in revenue, and the applicants will commence sharing in the gaming revenue under the slot route operator's license. Both applicants attended the restricted licensee compliance seminar on November 12th of 2024. And then with that, I'll have Mrs. Takea provide some information about herself.
Thank you, Mr. Donato. Good afternoon, Ms. Takea. Pleasure having you here. Please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Bainu Tekia. I was born in India and we moved to 2016 to US. I am an architect by profession, but my husband had the business started in 2010, and I'm helping him with the daily operations of it. Now my son, he joined the family business, so I'm with him in his store, working with him.
Wonderful. Pleasure having you here. This is your third 7-Eleven, correct?
It's the third, yes.
Third. Great. And how much time do you spend at each one of the locations?
Almost 2 to 3 hours daily, each location. Okay.
And how far apart geographically are the stores?
They are, I would say, 10, 15 minutes apart.
Okay, great. And I believe you attended our restricted gaming licensee seminar, correct?
I did.
Good, yeah. So, and with 2 other stores, you know how highly regulated gaming is, correct?
Yes, it is.
Wonderful. And how's your business doing at this location?
It's good. Yeah, it's running smoothly.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. And when you took the seminar about restricted licensees, did you learn anything? Did you open your eyes? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Good, good.
Yes.
Well, that's the idea, right?
Yeah.
And we want people to know who to contact if you have questions. And obviously, you've got Mr. Donato who can answer questions, but part of that role also is to let you know which divisions maybe you encountering when you're talking about responsible gaming brochures and how to keep minors away from gaming, and a lot of very important issues for our community. Yeah, wonderful.
Thank you.
Very good. Pleasure having you here. Judge
Likewise,
Assad, did you have questions for Ms. Takea?
No questions. I just wanted to congratulate you on becoming a US citizen.
Thank you.
And you are an example of the American dream come true.
Of course.
Come here from
Thank
another
you so
country and you become a business owner and an entrepreneur, and you hire people, and we love that. So thank you for all your efforts.
Thank you, sir.
I'm happy to support your application.
Thank you.
Member Sindall.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for being here. And yes, congratulations.
Thank you.
Just mirror what Judge Assad said, all your hard work. And obviously you're not, I'm assuming you studied architecture in India?
Yes.
Yeah.
I did.
Well, one day, I guess maybe once your son takes over more, you can go back to doing architecture as well. So, but yes, no, I am happy to support your application and thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Mr. Takea, please step forward, introduce yourself, and tell us a little bit about your background and what your time will be at this location.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my name is Yug Tekia.
I was also born in India as well. We moved to California when I was 3 years old, roughly, and then my parents took over the location in Las Vegas in 2010. Since then, I graduated high school in Henderson. I went to college. I'm currently still in college at UNLV. I'm doing my entrepreneurship major, so I'm working on the businesses as well as going to college. Right now, I spend about 2 to 3 hours almost at each location. Our stores, like you were mentioning, geographically, they're kind of all lined up against Desert Inn, if you know that road. So it's one road that lines up all three stores. It's about the furthest store from one store to another is about 25 minutes, and then the other two stores are about 5 to 10 minutes away. So I try to manage all three stores at once, try to get my parents to do a little bit less work.
This one's at Boulder and Lamb. Where are the other two?
Eastern and Flamingo, and the third one is on Valley View and Penwood.
Gotcha. Yeah, yeah. So about 15 minutes or so between each. Yeah,
Exactly.
great. And you spend more time at this location now that it's going to be yours, or you're still spending as much time at the others?
So in the beginning, I spent a majority of my time at this one location. When we're first starting off, there's a lot of work, new employees to hire, new employees to train, and getting all the payroll and everything set up, as well as like controlling your inventory. Since it's a brand new location, we didn't have too much data behind the previous sales. So I spent most of my time at that location for the first about 6 months. Now I'm trying to spread my time amongst all three locations, but I do spend a majority of my time still at that location.
Great. I grew up in that area, bought a lot of Slurpees at that location, so
Really?
I know it well. I know that one well, and the one on DI and Sand Hill. It's been
DI and Sand Hill. I know that location as well. I know the owner of that location.
great.
Yeah.
Well, very good. You also took our restricted licensee compliance seminar, correct?
Yes.
And like your fellow owner there and mother, you learned a lot during that seminar?
Yes, I did. I mean, I was already managing my two parents' locations, so I was very familiar with a lot of the compliances, but I did get a little refresher from that seminar.
Great. Glad to hear it. Judge Assad, you have questions for Mr. Takia?
Not really, no questions, just some comments. I echo the same comments I made to your mother, so,
Thank you.
thanks for doing what you're doing and opening up a business and employing people. We love that. What are you majoring in at UNLV?
Entrepreneurship.
Entrepreneurship,
Yes,
okay.
sir.
You going for a bachelor's or a master's eventually, or?
Currently bachelor's,
Okay.
possibly master's in the future, but
Okay,
right
yeah.
now I want to focus more on the business.
I understand they have a very good master's program in
They do.
business administration
Yes.
and business in general, so good luck to you for that. No, Agent Lombardo did a very good job of preparing this application under the supervision of Supervisor Julia Allen and Brandon Peters, Special Agent. Very thorough, very comprehensive. I'm happy to support your application. I want to wish you all the luck in the world.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Member Sendall?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. I did notice, I wasn't clear, have you become a naturalized citizen
Yes, I
as
did.
well?
January 2nd this year.
Oh, just
Yeah.
recently. Well,
Yeah.
congratulations.
Thank you.
And then you're graduating this May in a
Yes,
few
I am.
months. So
Yes, I am.
congrats on that.
Thank you. Thank
How
you.
many credits are you currently taking then?
Currently, I'm taking 12 credits, 4
Okay.
classes. I switched majors at first, so I do have already enough credits to graduate, but since I switched majors, I had to go back and take a few classes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Got it. And you kind of were answering this with Judge Assad, but you're going to kind of take some time and focus on the business then once you graduate? Is that the plan?
Yes, that's the plan.
Expand more potentially?
That's the goal, yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good for you. What's it like to work with your mom?
it's great. I actually been working with my mom and my dad since I was 8 years old when they first got the location. I was stocking the cooler doors,
Oh.
trying to help them out as much as I could, but
Okay.
I was a little kid back then, so a lot different than now.
So you're very, you're seasoned. You're
Oh,
already
yeah.
working there. Well, yes, I enjoyed reading your application and best of luck to you and your family. And thank you for being here.
Thank you. I
Happy to
appreciate
support
it.
your application.
Entrepreneur, is that under the Lee Business School?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay, great. Good luck with that, and congratulations again on citizenship for both of you.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
That's wonderful. Mr. Donato, anything else you'd like to add?
I'd just like to thank Senior Agent Lombardo for all his hard work on this application.
Thank you, and appreciate you both being here. Very happy to support your applications and wish you continued best luck with all of the locations.
Thank you.
Judge, I would entertain a motion on restricted number 3.
Thank you, Chairman Hendrick. I move to recommend approval to the Nevada Gaming Commission of restricted agenda item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Nicole Rupert.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Motion passes. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe our other restricted items were on consent, right? So what would be our next item on the agenda?
You have one casino patron dispute appeal. That item is Lauren Rustum versus Fountain Blue Las Vegas, case number 23LV01414. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Regarding this patron dispute, I have reviewed the recommendation of the hearing examiner as well as all of the exhibits. I did not have any questions or comments regarding the recommendation. I do want to confirm for the record that my fellow board members also reviewed all the hearing examiner's recommendations, reviewed all of the exhibits, and did not have any questions or need to provide any additional discussion regarding the recommendation. Judge Assad, did you have any questions or comments regarding the recommendation?
I do not.
All right, Member Sindall.
I do not. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, then, there being no further discussion on this matter, I would entertain a motion to accept the recommendation of the hearing examiner.
I move that we accept the recommendation of the hearing examiner in case number 23LV01414.
Madam Secretary.
Member Assad?
Aye.
Member Sandal?
Aye.
Chairman Hendrick?
Aye. Motion passes. What is our next item, Madam Secretary?
Public comments.
Public comment. Go ahead.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters. As stated at the time of the public comment section at the beginning of the meeting, anyone wishing to address the board may do so at this time. Comments by each person are limited to 3 minutes as a reasonable time, place, and manner restriction. If board members ask questions of the speaker, the time needed to address those questions will not count against the speaker's 3-minute time period. If speakers have any handouts or written copies of verbal comments to provide for the record, please hand them to the enforcement agent in the room.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. Let's first go to Carson City. Is there anyone in Carson City wishing to make public comment? Seeing none, let's go here to Boulder City, and let me start by saying thank you to Boulder City and the Boulder City Council for allowing us to use your hearing room today. It's very much appreciated on behalf of us and the Gaming Commission. Anyone wishing to make public comment in Boulder City? Judge Assad.
Yes, we recently lost a North Las Vegas police officer, Jason Roscoe. He was 46 years old. He was shot and killed by I don't know, I call him a dirtbag. On February 14th, he died from multiple gunshot wounds. He was a 17-year North Las Vegas police officer who had exemplary service. He was a terrific human being by all accounts. He was well respected by his peers. He also served our country by giving 6 years of his life to the United States Air Force before joining North Las Vegas Police Department. So please keep his family and your thoughts and prayers with him at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Judge. And being a law enforcement agency, that's important to us. And I know all of our law enforcement officers in the enforcement division participated in all the recognition of that fine law enforcement agent from North Las Vegas. So very nice words. Member Sindall, anything you'd like to add today?
Yeah, thank you. I'll echo Judge Assad's sentiments there. That was well said. And I kind of didn't get a chance to this morning in public comment, but I want to thank everybody for welcoming me here at the board and everyone in the industry. And I'm excited to be here. And yeah, thank you. So I appreciate you welcoming me in, and everyone's so qualified and been wonderful. So yeah, thank you, Chairman Hendrick and Judge Assad, for your mentorship and kind of taking me in and getting me up to speed, and all the staff as well has been wonderful. So thank you.
Absolutely. Again, glad to have you here. Look forward to working with you. And with that, no other public comment. We will close the public comment section, and that will conclude today's meeting of the Nevada Game Control Board for the month of February 2025. Thank you all for attending in person or virtually today. We are adjourned.